Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we will learn how to build and deploy a full-stack AI SaaS application using PERN Stack, that is Postgres, Express, React and Node.js. This is an AI-powered application which includes multiple useful AI tools like article generator, blog title generator, image generator, background remover, object remover and a resume analyzer. We will also add subscription-based access so only premium users can use the certain AI features. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our AI SaaS application. If I scroll this web page, you can see here we have the list of tools. Then you can see we have the testimonials and here we have price plan. And after that we have this footer. Now to use these AI feature, we have to sign in or sign up on this application. So let's click here to get started. So it will open the sign in form and you can see we have the sign up link. Let's click here. So it will open the sign up form. You can sign up using the social media account or you can also use the email ID and password for sign up. So let me choose my Google account and sign up on this website. After sign up, here you can see your profile image and here you can manage your account. Let's click here to manage account and you can see in this one we can update the profile details. Here we can delete the profile and here we have the billing option. We can switch the plan from here. Now let's click on this button, start creating now. So it will open this dashboard where you can see all your creations history. So right now we don't have any creations, we have just created the account and you can see the plan details also. Right now we are in the free plan and in the left sidebar at the bottom also you can see we are in the free plan. And here we have all the tools. So let's come to this first one, write article. Here we have to add the article topic and it will create the article and here we can choose the article length also. So let me add one article topic here. I'll type how to become a full stack developer. Then we'll choose the article length here and click on this generate article button. So you can see it will display a loading animation until it's generate the article for you. So you can see the generated article will be displayed in the right side. So it will generate the article using AI. Now we have the next tool, blog titles. Here we can enter the keyword and choose the category. So it will suggest some blog titles. After that, let's see the next tool, that is generate image. Here we can describe the image prompt and it will generate the image. So let me add one prompt here. A boy playing with cat on the street. And here you can choose the style also. So let me choose the 3D style. And after that here we have the option to make this image public. So let's enable it and click on this generate image button. So here you can see we are getting the notification. This feature is only available for premium subscriptions. So to use this image generator feature, we have to subscribe the premium plan. So let me just come to home page and here we have the pricing table. Just click on this button, subscribe. You can see this is the premium plan. Now just click here. So it will open this checkout page and here I'll pay using the test card. After that you can see the payment was successful and here we have the continue button. So now if I come to this table you can see this premium plan is active, correct? And if I come to this profile, manage account and in this billings also you can see the subscription plan is premium. So now we are in the premium plan and now we can use all the AI features. So just come here, click on this generate image and here we'll add the prompt. A boy playing with cat on the street and choose the 3D style and enable this one to make this image public. Now just click on this generate image button. So it will generate the image and it will be displayed in the right side. So you can see our image has been generated using this prompt, a boy playing with cat on the street. And you can see the style is 3D. And we made this image public so it will be available in the community page. Now let's try the next feature. Here we have the background removal tool. In this one we can upload the image and it will remove the background. Then we have the remove object. Here we will upload the image and we will describe the object, so that object will be removed from the image. Then we have this review resume. In this one we can upload the resume. So let me choose one resume here and then click on this button. So it will analyze this resume and here you will get the detailed analysis of this resume. So now you can see the analysis in the right side. Here we have overall impression, strengths, weaknesses, then we have the areas of improvement. So you can analyze any resume here. Then we have this community tab, and in this one you can find all the images. If any other user is also creating the images and they make it public, you will find it here. And you can like any of these images. You can see here we have the heart icon. Let me click here. So you can see creation liked, and here you can see the heart icon is red, and you can see the like count also. And with this image you will find the prompt also. You can see we have the prompt that is used to generate this image. So these are all AI features integrated in this full stack AI SaaS application. So this was the project demo. We have implemented this user authentication using Clerk, which makes it easy to handle user sign-in, sign-up and account management in React projects. We have also added pricing plans and subscription billing, which are integrated using Clerk's built-in billing system. Whenever a user generates content using any of these AI tools, all the data will be saved in the database. For that, we are using Neon, a serverless Postgres database that helps developers build reliable and scalable applications quickly. After building this full stack project, we will deploy it online for free using Vercel. So if you are also excited to build your own AI SaaS application, just write down "I am going to build AI SaaS app" in the comment box. Once you complete this project, I will recommend you to add this project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our project, let's come to desktop screen, and here we will create the project folder. So let's create a new folder and write the folder name Quick AI. That is our project name. Now let's open this folder with VS Code editor. So now our folder is open in VS Code. Let's close this file, and here we will open the integrated terminal. So just click here, select new terminal. So you can see we are in this terminal where you can see the path Quick AI. And here we have to create the React project. To create the React project, we will use the Vite package. So just enter the command npm create Vite at latest. Press enter. So it will create a basic React project. So now it is asking for the project name. So I'll add the project name client, because we are creating the full stack project where we'll create the front end and back end. So the front end will be client. So we have added the project name client, press enter. After that we will select the framework. So here we will choose React. Then we have to choose the variant. So we will choose JavaScript. Next we have to navigate to this client directory. So in this terminal, let's add cd client. Let me clear it. And here we will add cd client. So now we are in the client directory, and here we will install the dependencies. Right now you can see we have the client folder in this sidebar, and here we have the files and folders for the React project. Now here we have to install the dependencies. So just add npm install. So it will install all the dependencies for our React project. After installing, you can see we have a new folder called node_modules where we have all the dependencies. Now in this project, we will create multiple pages, and to create multiple pages and navigate between pages, we will use the React router so that we can navigate between different pages. So to use the React router, we will add a package called React Router DOM. So here let's add npm install and the package name React Router DOM. Press enter. So it will install this React Router package. Now we'll add one more package. So just add npm install and write the package name Lucid React. Using this package, we can use the icons in our project. So we have added Lucid React and install this package. So it has been installed. Now we can start our project. To start the project, let's add npm run dev. So now you can see our project is running at this URL, that is localhost:5173. Now just open this link in web browser. So you can see this is the basic Vite plus React project and it is successfully running in the web browser. Now we will clear this project. To clear this project, let's come back to the VS Code. Let's hide this terminal, and from here let's open this src. In this src you will find this app.css. Just delete it. After that, let's open the app.jsx file and we will clear this file, and here let's use the RAFCE snippet to create the component structure. We are using this snippet because we have installed one extension. If I open the extensions, here you will find this extension ES7 React Redux, right? You need to install this extension, then you can easily use the snippet to create the component structure. After that, let's open the index.css file and we will clear this file also. Correct. After that, let's open the index.html file, and in this one you can see we have this title. So let me replace this title. Here we'll add the project name, that is quick.ai, and after that we'll add the channel name GreatStack. Then you can see here we have the link tag. In this one we have the icon, right? So we have to replace this icon. Before that, let me save the changes and open the web page. So right now you can see this web page is blank. So we have cleared our React project and we have updated the title also. You can see the title quick.ai GreatStack. Next we will update this icon, right? For that, let's come back to the desktop screen. Here you can see we have a folder called assets. You can download this assets folder from the video description. And in this one you will find all the images and icons that will be used in this project. So just copy everything from this folder and open the project folder, go to client, then src, then assets, and paste all the files here, right? And in this file you will find one file called favicon.svg, and there is one more file called gradientbackground.png. Just copy these two files, favicon and gradient background. Just copy and come back here in the client folder, then open public folder and paste it here. That's it. So now here we have the favicon and gradient background, correct? Now just close it. After that we will open the VS Code, and here in this link tag, let me update the file name. So here just add the favicon.svg. That's it. Update this file name, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see the favicon icon has been updated in this browser tab. So we have updated the project title and favicon icon. Now in this project we will add the Tailwind CSS, right? So to add the Tailwind CSS, let's open a new tab and search for Vite plus Tailwind. Open this link And here you can see the steps to add the Tailwind CSS in your Vite project. So you can see the first step, we have to create a project, right? Then we have to install the Tailwind CSS, right? So let's copy this command and come back to the VS Code, open the terminal, and in this terminal we have to stop the project using Ctrl+C and paste this command, npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/vite. Press enter. So it is installing the Tailwind CSS in our project. Now let me just come back here and see the next step. So the next step is to add this import statement in the Vite config file, right? So let's copy this import statement and come here in this vite.config.js file and add this import statement here. After that, we have to add this Tailwind CSS in this plugins. So you can see the documentation here in this plugins array, we have the Tailwind CSS, right? So just copy this, and in this plugins, we will add the comma after this React and paste this Tailwind CSS like this. Save the changes, close this file. After that, let's see the next step. So we have to add this statement in the CSS file. So just copy this and come back here. Let's open the index.css file and add this statement here. That's it. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to just start the project using npm run dev, and we can use the Tailwind classes in any HTML element. That's it. So we have configured the Tailwind CSS. Now in this project, we will add the Google font also. So let's search for Google fonts. And after that, let's open this website fonts.google.com. And here we will search for any font. So let's search for outfit. This is the outfit font. Then click on this button, get font. And after that, just click on this button, get embed code. Then click on this radio button, import. And from here, we will get this import statement. Just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. And here, let's add it in the first line. So we will add this import statement here that will import the font from Google font. Correct? After that, we have to apply this font on our entire application. So let's just copy this one. Font family, outfit, sans serif. So just copy this one. Let's come here, and here we'll add star that will select all the HTML elements and provide this one, font family, outfit. That's it. So this font is applicable for entire application. Now on our website, we will use the particular color that will be the primary color of our website, right? So here we will define the theme color or primary color for this project. So just add @theme, and in this one we'll add the color primary, and we will add the color code. So this will be the primary color for our project, right? Now let's start the project. So just add npm run dev, press enter. So again, our project is running on the same URL. Now we can hide this terminal. That's it. Now close this file and close this one also. Right? Now if I come back here, you can see our project is clear. Next, we have to create the pages and components for our project. But before that, let me show you the Figma design so that you will understand what we are going to create. So this is the UI design of our project, where you can see we have multiple pages. If I scroll left, you can see these are different pages that we will create in this project. Now let me show you the home page first. So this is the home page, and in this home page you can see we have one navigation bar with logo and a button. Then we have the hero section with one welcome message, text and buttons. After that, we have another section where we will display the available tools. Then we have the testimonials, and after that we have price plan. and below that we have a footer. So first we have to create the home page, and after that we'll create the other pages that user can see after login. And after login, user can create the article, they can create the blog title, they can generate the images, remove the background from the image, they can remove the object from the image, and they can also review their resume, right? And these are different pages for each tools, right? You can see we have multiple pages. So to build this UI design, let's just come back to the VS Code and create the pages and components. So let's come back, and here we have the src folder, right? And in this src folder you can see we have this assets, and in this assets we have already added all the images and icons, and with that we have one file called assets.js. And in this one we have imported all the images and icons and exported it using this object, that is assets. So we can easily access them using the assets object and the file name. After that we have added the dummy data like AI tools data. You can see we have added one array and object. So we have added some dummy data that will be displayed on our web page. Here we have the dummy testimonials data, then dummy creation data. So we will display these dummy data in our front end. Now just come back here, and in this src we will create a new folder, and we will write the folder name components. So in this components folder we will store all the components for our project. After that we'll create another folder in this src, and the folder name is pages. So just add the name pages. So here we'll add all the pages. So in this pages folder, let's create our first page. So write the file name home.jsx. So this is the home page. Make sure to start the file name with capital letter. You can see we have used H in uppercase, right? After that, here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now let's create the other page. But before that, in this one, let's add the title also. So we'll add the title in H1, and the title is home, right? So when the home page will be mounted, it will display this text. After that, let's create the next page. So we have to create the blog title page. So here we'll add new file in this pages folder and write the file name blogtitles.jsx. Then write RAFCE and then write the title blog titles. Then we'll add the next page community. So we'll create a new file here, write the community.jsx, then create the component structure, then write the title. Now let's create the next page. So the next page will be dashboard. So write dashboard.jsx, then write RAFCE, and then write the title dashboard. After that, we'll add the next page, generate images. So create a new file, generate images.jsx, then RAFCE, and then write the title generate images. After that, we'll add the new page, that is layout. So let's create a new file, layout.jsx, and here let's add RAFCE, and then we'll add layout. After that, we'll add the remove background. So create a new file, remove background.jsx, then RAFCE to create the component structure and write the title called remove background. After that, we'll add the next page, remove object. So create a new file, remove object.jsx, and create the component structure, and then let's add the title called remove object. After that, we'll add the new file, that is review resume. So create a new file here and then write the component structure, then add one title, review resume, and then we'll add one more page, that is write article. So write the file name write article.jsx and create the component structure write article. So we have created all the pages, right? Now we have to add the routing for these pages so that we can navigate to different pages. And to add the routing, first we have to add the support of React router in our main file, right? That is the main.jsx. So let's open the main.jsx file, and in this one let's add the import. So let's add import curly braces and import from the package name React router DOM, and from this package we will import the browser router, correct? Now let's wrap our application with this browser router. So you can see here we have the strict mode, so just delete it and here just add the browser router. So we have added the browser router opening tag and browser router closing tag, correct? And from here let's remove this strict mode import statement, and that's it. So now we have the support of browser router in our application. After that we'll create the routing. So let's open the app.jsx file. Now in this app.jsx file, here we have a div. So in this div we'll add the routes tag. So just add opening arrow routes, click here. So the routes tag has been imported from React router DOM. Now just close this tag like this. So we have routes opening and closing tag. Now within this we will use the route tag. So just add opening arrow route and click on this suggestion. So the route tag is also imported. Now we will close this tag like this. So it will be a self-closing tag. So in this route we have to add the path. So we'll add the home path, and after that we'll add the element, and in this element let's provide the page. So we have created the home page, right? So just add opening arrow home and click on this suggestion to import the home from this pages folder home file. And now let's close this tag. So we have mounted this home page at this path, that is the home path, correct? So after that if I open the web page, here you can see we have the text called home, correct? Now let me just come back. So after creating this route, here we'll create another route. So let's add opening arrow route tag, and then we'll add the closing tag like this. So we have the route opening tag and route closing tag. This was the self-closing tag, and here we have used the closing route tag, right? Now in this one we have to add the path. So here we'll add the path and write the path /AI, correct? And after that we'll add the element, and in this element we will add the layout that we have created. So just add layout, click here. So the layout has been imported, and close this tag. So we have mounted the layout here. So whenever we will open this path /AI, it will mount this layout, correct? Now we'll create the nested routes here. It means after AI we can again write another path name. So here we'll add the opening arrow route tag, and here we'll add the self-closing route tag, and then we'll add the index here, and after that we'll add the element, and in this element we'll add the opening arrow and provide the dashboard page. Now just duplicate it. Here we have to add the path. So just add the path, and here let's add the path name called write article, and here we'll add the element that will be write article. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path called blog titles, and here we'll add the element called blog titles. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page, and here we'll change the path. If I add /AI, you can see here we have the layout. So this layout will be added in all the nested routes. If I open the dashboard, write article, blog titles, in all pages, this layout will be mounted. And when we open this main file index, we will see the dashboard also. To display the dashboard here, let me just come back to the VS Code and let's open the sidebar, and from here we will open this layout. And in this layout we have this text, and after that here we will add opening arrow, outlet. Let's click on this suggestion to import this outlet from React Router DOM and close this tag. That's it. And after that, if I come here, you can see here we have the layout and dashboard. Correct. Now let me change the path. So here we will change the path that we have created called write article, right? So after this /AI will type write article. So you can see the text here, layout and write article. If I change the path /AI/blog titles. So here you can see the text, blog titles and layout also, right? So similarly we will mount all other pages. So let me just come to home page and come back to VS Code in our app file. In this file we will create the other routes for different pages. So here we will duplicate this line, and now let's add the path. So it will be generate images, and then we'll add the element. So the element is generate images, duplicate it, then we'll add the another path for the routing. So let's add the path, remove background, then we'll add the element, remove background. Now just duplicate it. Here we will add another path, that is remove object. Then in the element we will add the remove object. Now just duplicate it, and here we will add review resume. This is the path name. Then we'll add the element. It will be review resume page. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next path, that is community. And here let's add the element. It will be community page. That's it. You can see all the pages are imported and we have created the routes for each page. Correct. Now let's add the content in our home page first. So if I open this sidebar, you can see here we have created the home.jsx, and in this one we have just added one text called home, right? But instead of this text, we will display all the components. If I open the UI design, you can see in the home page we have the navigation bar, then hero, and after that we have the list of tools, right? So we'll create the separate component for these section, right? So first we have to create the navigation bar. Correct. So let me just come back, and here we have the components folder. So in this components folder we'll create our new component. So create a new file here and write the file name navbar.jsx, right? Now in this one let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. Correct. And here we have a div. So in this div, let's add the class name property where we'll add the tailwind classes. So this navigation bar will be fixed at the top. So we'll add fixed. Then we'll add the Z index. So just add Z5. After that we'll add the width. So the width will be full. Then we have added the blurred background. So just add backdrop blur to Excel, then flex justify between item center, and we have added some padding for Y and X axis for different screen, right? After that, let me come here within this div tag. So here in this one, we have to add one image that will be displayed in the left side of the navigation bar. So we will add the img tag. And in this image src, we have to provide the image path. So let's add curly braces. We'll add the assets. So we are not getting the suggestion. So let's open the sidebar. From here, we will open the assets folder and open assets.js file. So it is open here. After that, let's come here in the navbar. And now if I type assets, you can see we are getting the suggestion to import the assets object from this file. Let's click here. So you can see the assets object is imported from the assets folder, assets file, right? And from this assets object, we can choose any image. So just add the image name dot logo. So we have added the logo in this image, correct? After that, here we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide the width for different screen. So we have added the width in this image, right? And in this alt tag, we'll add the text called logo, correct? After that, when user will click on this logo, they will be redirected to home page, right? So here we have to add the navigate. So first we have to import the navigate from use navigate hook. So here, before this return statement, we'll add the const navigate function equal to use navigate hook, and we'll get this use navigate from React router DOM, right? Now just add this parenthesis here. Now just copy this navigate function and come here in this image. And in this image, we have to add the onClick property. So let's add onClick. And in this one, let's add the arrow function. And here we will provide the navigate function. And for this navigate, we have to add the path. So let's add the home path. That's it. So when we will click on the logo, it will open the home page. After that, we have to add one login button in the right side, correct? So after this image, let's add the button tag. So we'll add this button tag, and here we'll add the button text. So the button text is get started. And in this button, we'll add the icon also. So we have already added the Lucid React package to use the icons, right? So we will import the icons from there. So here simply add opening arrow, arrow right, and you can see we are getting the suggestion to import it from the Lucid React. Just click here. So it has been imported, right? And now let's close this tag, right? And after that, in this one, we have to provide the class name. And in this class name, we will define the width and height for this icon. So just add 4, correct? Now we will add the classes in this button also. So in this button tag, we'll add the class name property. And here we have to add the flex, then item center, gap 2, rounded full, then text small, cursor pointer, and then we have added the primary color in the background and the text color is white, and then we have added the padding for X and Y axis. Now we'll save the changes and open the web page, but before that, we have to mount this navbar component on our home page. So let me open the home page. Let's open home.jsx, and here let me remove this text. And we will change this div also. Remove this div, we will simply add the fragment like this. And in this one, let's mount the navbar component. So we will add navbar and close this tag. This navbar component is imported from the components folder navbar file. Now we will save the changes and come here in the web browser. And let's open the home page. So here you can see we have the logo in the left side, and in the right side we have this get started button with one arrow icon. Now let me add the cursor pointer in this logo also. So let me just come back. We will open the navbar.jsx, and in this one, here we have the image. So in this image, let's add cursor pointer. So you can see here we have the cursor effect, correct? After that, we have to add the login functionality in this button. To create the user authentication, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk is the most comprehensive user management platform. It provides ready-to-use components like sign-in component, sign-up component, and profile component. We can easily integrate this in the React application. Clerk has introduced the billing feature also. Using this Clerk billing, we can easily implement the subscription in our application. Using Clerk billing, we can create the different plan and we can define the price, and we can easily integrate the payment option, and we can get the user data and subscription data at same place. So to integrate the Clerk billing and Clerk authentication, just click on the link given in the description. That will directly take you to this page, and here you need to create an account. So I already have an account. I'll click on this sign in button. I'll sign in with my Google account. After sign up, you need to create an application here. Just click on this button, create application. And here you need to enter your project name or application name. So I'll enter Quick AI. And here you can choose the sign in option. I will enable the email sign in and Google sign in. Then click on create application. Now to set up the Clerk in our project, we will choose the framework. So from here, let me choose this React because we are creating the project in React. After that, here we have the steps to integrate this Clerk. So the first step is to create a project that we have already created, correct? And after that, you can see the second step. We have to install the Clerk using this command. So just copy this command and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open the terminal and we will stop this project using Ctrl+C. Then we have to enter the command to install Clerk. So let me just come back here and copy this one, paste it here. npm install at clerk/clerk react. It is installing this package. Now let me just come back here and see the next step. So next we have to add this publishable key in the environment variable. So we have to create one environment variable also, and we will paste this key. So let's just copy this one and we will come back here, and here we will open this sidebar, and in this one let's come to this. We will click on this client directory and here we'll create a new file and write the file name .env, and here let's paste this Clerk publishable key that we have just copied. That's it. After that, let me just come back here and see the next step. So the next step is to add this publishable key in the main file, right? And then we'll add this Clerk provider tag, right? So let me just come back here, and before that, let me just copy this statement. We'll copy this one. And let's come back here in the application and we will open main.jsx file, and in this main file we will paste the code that we have just copied. So here we will paste this one that will import the publishable key from the environment variable and this if statement, right? And after that we have to add the Clerk provider tag. So let's come back and let's copy this import statement. Just copy this one and paste it in our project that will import the Clerk provider tag. So let's import it here, Clerk provider, and after that from here let's copy this one and we'll come back. And before this browser router, let's paste this Clerk provider and closing tag Clerk provider like this. And now within this, let's provide this browser router. So you can see first we have the Clerk provider tag, and in this Clerk provider we have the browser router, and in this browser router we have the app like this. So we have added the Clerk configuration in our React project. Correct. Now let me just come back to the navbar. So again open the navbar.jsx file, and in this one we need the open sign-in function from the Clerk and we need the user from the Clerk, right? So in this navbar, let's add import, and we'll add one object and import it from, and provide the @Clerk/Clerk React, and from this Clerk React we'll get the use Clerk, then we will get the user button, and we will also get the use user. So we are importing use Clerk, user button and use user from the Clerk/Clerk React. Now let's come here in this function before this return statement. So here let's add const curly braces. Let's get the user from use user, right? And after that let's add const curly braces. We will add open sign-in from use Clerk, right? Now you can see we have added the button here. So we will add the ternary operator here. If the user is already logged in, then we'll display the user profile, right? And if the user is not logged in, then we'll display this button. For that, here let's add one object, and in this one we'll add the user question mark. If the user is logged in that case we have to display the user button. So we'll add opening arrow user button and close this tag like this. Now we'll add colon. It means when the user is not logged in. In that case we will add this parenthesis, and in this one we will just provide this button tag. So this button will be displayed. Let me move it in the new lines so it will be clear to understand. That's it. After adding it, we have to start our project. Let me open the terminal, and in this terminal again add npm run dev, so it will start the project. So our project is again running. Let's hide this terminal and open the web page. So you can see here we have this button. Now on this button we have to add the on click that will open the sign in or sign up form. So we will come back here, and in this button just add on click property, and here we will add open sign in function. That's it. We have already added this open sign in here. Now we'll come back here and click on this button. So it is opening this sign in form, right? And if you don't have any account, you can go to sign up, and here you can create an account. So let me create one account using the Google. I'll click here for Google sign up. We will choose the Google account. Click on continue. So now we are successfully signed up, and after sign up you can see that login button has been removed, and here we have the profile image. It means we have added the profile button here, and if I click on this one, you can see it is displaying the user's details, then sign out, and here we have the manage account. If I click on this manage account, here we can update our profile. We can update the profile from this link. We can update the profile image, right? Here we can add our new email ID, and here we have the security option, and in this one we can set the password. We can delete the account, correct? Now let me just close it. So we have created the user authentication in our project. After creating this navbar and user authentication, let me see our Figma design. So in this one you can see we have to create this header section or hero section where we will add the background image. You can see the gradient color in the background, right? And then we have to create this title, description, buttons, and this small text with user's icon. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder we'll create a new file and write the file name hero.jsx. Then write RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, here we have a div, so let's add the class name here. And here we have to provide the padding, and we will also add the flex classes. So we have added these tailwind classes. Now in this one we have to add the gradient color in the background, and for that we are going to use the gradient image that we have added in the public folder. So let's add the background bg, and here let's add the URL. So just add URL, and in this URL let's add the path of our image. So just add slash and write the image name. So the image name is gradient background.png. After that we'll add the background cover, background no repeat, then we will add the minimum height, it will be screen. So it will take full height. After that let's save the changes, and next we will mount this hero component in our home page. So let's open the pages and home, and in this one after this navbar simply mount the hero component. Save the changes and come back here, open the web page. So here you can see we have the gradient color on this screen, correct? Next we have to add the title description. So let me just come back and open this hero.jsx. So in this one let's add one div that contains the title and description. So we'll add the h1 tag for the title, and here let's add the title text, that is create amazing content with AI tools. After that we'll add the description in p tag. So here we'll add one p tag, and in this one we will add this small description, correct? Now we have to move it in the center. So here in this div we'll add the class name property. So let's add the class name and provide text center and margin from the bottom. After that you can see here we have this text. Next we have to add the CSS properties for the title and description also. So just come back, and here in this title let's add the class name. So we'll add the class name and provide these classes for the title. You can see this title is looking good. Now we'll change the color and we'll make it in the 2 line. So here after this create amazing content, we will add one line break. So just add br tag, right? And after that here we have the AI tools. So we'll add different color for this AI tools. So let's wrap it in the span tag. So here we'll add a span tag and provide this text AI tools. Now in this span tag we'll add the class name property and provide text primary. That's it. Now we'll add the classes in the description also. So here in this p we'll add the class name property and provide this description text. Now if I come back, you can see this title and description is looking perfect. After that we have to add 2 buttons, and we will group those buttons in a div so that we can display the buttons side by side. So let's just come back, and after this div here let's add another div, and in this one we'll add the button. So just add the button tag, and let's add the button text called start creating now. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the button text watch demo, right? Now we'll add the CSS properties also. So let's start with this div only. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Now let's come to the first button. So in this first button we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now we will come to the second button. So in this second button we'll add the class name and provide these classes, right? Now let's add the on-click property on this button. So here in the first button we'll add the on click, and when we'll click on this button it will open the new page. For that we have to use the navigate function, right? So let's scroll up, and before this return statement let's add const navigate equal to use navigate hook. So use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now let's come to this button, and here simply add this arrow function, and here let's call this navigate function, where we'll add the path. So the path will be /AI. So it will open the page where user can generate the content or image using AI. So let's save the changes and see our web page. So here you can see we have two buttons, start creating now and watch demo. Correct? Now we'll add the user image and a small text. So we'll come back, and after this div we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the image. So just add img tag src and assets dot user group, and for this image we have to add the height. So just add the class name and provide the height. Then we'll add the text also. So let's add the text called trusted by 10k plus people. That's it. Now we'll add the class name also. So here in this div we'll add the class name and provide these flex classes. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see, so here we have the people images and this text trusted by 10k people. So we have created the hero section of our project. After that, let's see our UI design. So we'll open this Figma file, scroll down. So now we have to create this section where we will display the list of tools. Correct? And so in this tools section, we will display all the tools with icon, text and description. And when we'll click on any one, it will open that particular path. Right? So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open this sidebar and open this components folder. In this components folder we'll create a new file. So create a new file and write the file name aitools.jsx and write RAFCE. Right? Now if I open our assets, then assets.js file, in this one we have already added the AI tools data. You can see we have the AI tools data. It is an array, and in this array we have the object. So this is the first tool details. We have the title, description, icon, then we have the background. So we'll add the gradient color in the background. That's why we have provided two color code. Then we have the path. So when we'll click on that particular card, it will open this path. So similarly we have created total 6 tools data. Right? Now we will map this data in this component. Right? So let me just come here in the AI tools.jsx, and here let's add the classes in this div. So just add the class name property and provide these class name, and after that here we have to add the title and description. For that we'll add a div here, and we'll add the title in h1, or let me use h2 for the title, and here we'll add the text called powerful AI tools. Then we'll add the description in p tag, and here we'll add this description. Now to move this text in the center, here we'll add the class name property and provide text center. Right? Now we have to mount this component on our home page. So open home.jsx, and after this hero, let's mount AI tools. Save the changes and come back here. So here we have the h2 tag. So in this h2 we'll add the class name, and here let's add the tailwind classes. Correct? Now come to this p tag. Here also we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes to design this text. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see, if I scroll down, we have the title, powerful AI tools, and then we have a small description, right? Next we have to display the tools list in a grid layout or flex layout. So let me just come back, and after closing of this div, here we'll add another div, and in this one we'll use the flex layout. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? After that we'll get the tools data from our assets, so just add curly braces and provide AI tools data. Let's click here. So you can see AI tools data is imported from the assets file. After that, here we can use .map, and in this one we'll create one arrow function and then add this parenthesis, and in this one we will return a div. Now in this function parameter we will get individual tool and index, and here in this div we'll add the key property, and in this key we will provide the index, correct? After that, here we'll add the class name also, so just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, correct? Now when we click on this div, it will open a new path, right? So here we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick we'll add the arrow function, and here we have to use the navigate function to navigate the users on new page. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now in this one we need the user also, so just add const curly braces user from use user, and you can see the use user is imported from the Clerk, right? Now let's come here in this onClick property, and here we'll check for the user. So just add the user. If the user is logged in, then only we will navigate the users. So just add the AND operator, and here we'll add the navigate function, and here let's add the path. So simply add the tool.path property. That's it. Now in this div we have to display one icon. So here let's add opening arrow tool.icon, and then let's close this tag. So here we have added the icon. Now in this icon we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one we'll add the width, height, padding, text white, and rounded XL. After that we have to add the gradient color in the background. So here we'll add the style property, and in this style property let's add curly braces, then background, and in this background let's add backticks and provide linear gradient, and then we'll add to bottom. Then we have to provide the first color code. So just add the template literal using $ curly braces and provide the tool.bg.from. After that, let me just copy. Here we'll add the comma and paste it, and in this one we'll add tool.bg.to. So it will add the gradient color for the icon. After that we have to add the tool name and description. So here let's add the h3 tag. In this one we have to display the tool's name. So just add curly braces tool.title, then duplicate it. Here we'll add the p tag. So we'll add p opening and p closing tag, and in this one we'll add tool.description. Now for this title and description also we have to add the classes. So just add the class name in this h3 and provide these classes, and then we will come to this p tag and provide these classes. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the list of tools. We have the hover effect also, and you can see the gradient color behind each icon. And if I click on any one, you can see it is opening the new path, that is write article. If I click on the second one, you can see the path /AI/blog titles. Then if I click on this third one, you can see the path /AI/generate images. It is working fine. And if we log out from this account and click on this one, it will not work because only logged in user can navigate to this path. After creating this tools section, let's open the UI design. So in this one, you can see next we have to create this testimonial section where we will add one title description, and then we will display 3 testimonials where we have to add the star ratings, then text and user details like user's profile image, name and designation. To create this testimonial section, we will use the pre-built components for Tailwind. So let's open the website prebuiltui.com. Here you will get the pre-built components for Tailwind, and let's click on this components, and here we can see all the components, right? And click on this button, browse all components, and here we have the complete list, correct? And we can also search the components using this search box. So we are going to create the testimonial component. So let me just scroll down from this left sidebar. Here we have testimonial. So in this one, you can see we have different UI design for creating the testimonial section. So we will use any of it to create our testimonial, right? So let me scroll down, and here we have this testimonial section that we will create in our project. So let's click on this button, code, and here we'll get the code to create this component, right? Now to create it, we will come back to the VS Code. Let's open this sidebar, and then let's come to this components folder, and in this components folder we'll create a new file, that is testimonial.jsx, right? Now here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that just come here. So in this one, so here we have to create one dummy data for the testimonials. We have to create one array and multiple object. Each object is representing individual testimonial, right? We have the user's image, name, then title, content and star rating. So let me just copy this entire code. I'll click on this icon to copy this code, and we'll come back here in the VS Code. And here let me delete everything from this file testimonials.jsx and paste this code. After that we will update the function name. So let's scroll up, and here we'll add the function called testimonial, right? And scroll down. Here we have to export it. So let's add export default and this testimonial, correct? After that, let me mount this component. So we will open this home.jsx, and after this AI tools, we will mount the testimonial component. So you can see the testimonial component has been imported here. Close this tag, save the changes, and let me just come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this title, small text, and then we have 3 testimonials, right? After that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and we will open the testimonial.jsx file. Scroll down. In this one, you can see here we have the SVG file. So let me collapse it. Here we have total 5 SVG. Let me delete it. And now we'll add the star icon from our assets. And we will display the number of stars based on the star rating given in this data, right? So let's come here, and within this div we will add curly braces, then array dot fill, and in this array we'll add the number 5, and after that here we'll add 0, then we'll add dot map, and in this one let's add the arrow function, and here let's add underscore comma img, then we'll add this parenthesis and it will return one image tag, so just add img. Now in this image tag we'll add the key property, and in this key we'll add index, so in this parameter we'll get underscore and index, and let's provide this index here, correct. And after that here we have to add the src, and in this src let's add curly braces and provide index less than testimonial dot rating. If it is true, in that case we'll add the assets dot star icon, and if it is false, in that case we will add assets dot star dull icon. That's it. Now we have to add the width and height for this icon, so let me add the class name here in this img. So we'll add the class name and provide the width and height, then we'll add the alt, it is a star. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in the first one we have the 4 stars, in the second one we have 5 stars, and in the third one we have 4 stars. It is working fine. So now we have created the testimonial section also. After that let's see the UI design. So if I open this Figma design, you can see we have to create this section where we will display the pricing table, and here we will display different plans like free and premium plan, and we will add these details for different plan, and we can also subscribe for this plan using these buttons. So to create this pricing table and subscription option, again come to Clerk, and let's open the Clerk dashboard. In this dashboard let's come to this configure and scroll down, and here you will find billings. In this billings just go to settings, and you can see here we have the option set up Clerk billing for your application. So let's click on this button, create plan. So by default it is creating the free plan, right. Now in this free plan we have to add the details, so I'll click here. So the plan name is free and the slug is free user, right. So here we can update the plan name also, and then let's come here in this features. So in this features we'll mention the features that user will get in this free plan. So just click on this button, add feature, and here we'll add the feature name. So let's add the feature name, that is title generation. This is the free feature, and after that click on this button, create feature. Now we'll add one more feature in the free plan. So let's click on this button and add the feature name, article generation. Click on this button, create feature. So we have added 2 features in the free plan, then click on save. It is saved successfully. Now let's come back here in this plans and we'll create the new plan. So click on this button, add user plan, and here we'll add the plan name. So I'll add the plan name called premium, right. And after that in this plan we'll add the features. So just click on this button, add feature, and here we will include these features that is available in the free. So let's include these, and after that let's come here in this new feature, and in this new feature we will add the generate image or generate images. Click on create feature, then we'll add the remove background also. So let's add it in this one, remove background, Then we'll add the new feature called remove object. Click on this one, provide remove object, and we'll add one more feature, review resume. So let's add it here. So we have added 4 new feature, and let's include the 2 other feature also that is included in the free one. So let's apply it. Now let me drag it like this. So first we have title generation, then article generation, and after that generate images, background removal or remove background, then remove object and resume review. Then click on save. So we have created 2 plans, that is free and premium. Here we are getting the error. So we have to enter the price also, right? So in this one, let's add the price. I'll add $16 and click on this button, try again. So this is the monthly subscription price, correct? So we have created the plans here. You can see we have created 2 plans. Now we'll create a new page and we will display this price table in that page. So just come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar, and in this components we'll create a new file and write the file name plan.jsx, and in this one let's add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here in this div we'll add the class name and provide the tailwind classes. So here let's add these classes, correct? And after that we will add another div. In this div also we'll add the class name and provide the text center, right? Next we have to add one title and description. So let's add the title in H2, and the title is choose your plan. After that we have to add the description. So we'll add the description in p tag. So here we'll add one p tag and provide this description text, right? Now we'll add some classes also. So in this title we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we'll add the classes in the description. So in this p tag we'll add the class name and provide these description. So here we have one div that contains the title and description, correct? Now we'll mount this component in the home page. So after this testimonial, let's mount plan. So this plan component is mounted on home page. Now let me save the changes and open the web page. So scroll down, here you can see this title and description, and below that we have to display the pricing table. To display this pricing table, let me just come back here in this Clerk billing and then click on this button, enable billing. Now you can see the billing is enabled, and we can use this tag to display the table on the web page, that is pricing table component, correct? So let me just come back here in the VS Code and open this plan.jsx, and here let's add import curly braces from at Clerk React, and we will import the pricing table. Now let's display the pricing table after this div. So here we'll add another div, and in this div let's add pricing table and close this tag. So we have mounted this pricing table here, and in this div we will add some classes. So just add the margin from the top, and we'll add the max sm margin x 8. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So on this web page it should display the price table now. If I scroll down, here you can see we have the pricing table. You can see this is the free plan and this is the premium plan, correct? And in this free plan we have 2 features, and in this premium plan we have multiple features. And right now this free plan is active. That's why here we don't have any button. And we can subscribe to this premium plan also using this subscribe button. So when we subscribe this plan, our pricing will be managed by this Clerk. If I open this Clerk dashboard and come here in this billings and this settings, you can see here we have payment gateway option. So we can collect the payment using this Clerk payment gateway, or we can also connect the Stripe account, right? Right now we have enabled the Clerk payment gateway that will allow you to test the payment easily by providing the test card numbers. So after selecting the payment gateway type, let's come here and we can subscribe to this plan. But before that, let me log out from this account. I'll log out from here. And now you can see here we have two buttons for the free also and premium also. Now if I click on this subscribe, it will ask you to create an account first on this application. So let me sign in using my Google account. So whenever the new account will be created, the free plan will be activated. If I come to this manage account, and you can see we have the billings. In this billings, you can see right now this free plan is active, correct? And we can switch the plan from here also. You can see switch plans, and from here we can switch the plan. We can subscribe to the paid plan. And after that, let me just close it and come here in this pricing table. And from here we can click on this subscribe button. So it will open this pop-up from where we can proceed the payment. So let's click on this button, pay with test card. Let's click on this button. So payment is made using the test card. Then click on continue. So now you can see the premium plan is active. You can see the active message here, correct? And if I come to this profile, here you can see manage account, and here we have the billings. So in this billing, you can see the current plan is premium. So we can easily subscribe for the paid or free plan using the Clerk billing, right? So now we have enabled the Clerk billing and created the price plan. After that, let's come to the UI design. So in this UI design, you can see we have to create this footer, right? So to create this footer, let me just come back to the VS Code. And here we'll create a new file. So let's create a new file in this components. We'll create the file name footer.jsx. Now in this one, let's add RAAFCE to create the component structure. And here we are going to use the pre-built UI again. So let's open the pre-built UI website. And from this sidebar, let's find the footer. Here we have the footer. So in this one, you can see we have different footer layout, correct? So we are going to use this one. In the first column, we will add the logo and text. In the second one, we'll add some links. And in the third one, we'll add the newsletter subscription form. And at the bottom, we will add this copyright message. So let's click on this button code, and here we'll get the complete code, correct? So let's click on this icon to copy this code. And after that, just come here and let's paste it here. Remove this div and paste this code, correct? Now this code is written for the HTML, so we have to make some changes here. You can see everywhere we have the class. So instead of this class, we'll write class name. So let's select all the classes and replace it with class name. So write class name, replace all. That's it. After that, here you can see we have the image tag, and in this one we have to add this self closing tag. So at the end, we'll add this / like this. After that, scroll down. Here we have the p tag, and from here, let me remove this self closing. We have to add it in this image. So in this image, we'll add this / It is correct. Now just scroll down, and let's see this input tag. In this input tag also, we have to add the closing. So here we'll add /. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that we will mount it on our home page. So let's open home, and after this plan we'll add footer. So this footer component is mounted on the home page. If I open the web browser, so at the bottom you can see this footer. Now in this one we have to make some changes. We will replace the logo and text, and we will update this button color also. So let's come back, open the footer.jsx file, and in this one here we have the image. So remove this src, and in this one we'll add curly braces assets dot logo. So we have updated our logo. Here we'll add the alt text logo. After that, in this footer we have to add some description, so that is written in this p tag. So in this p tag, let's add our own text. So here we'll add this text, then we'll add the br tag to add the line break, and then we'll add another text. So this text will be displayed in the footer first column, correct? After that we have to add some space in the top. So here in this footer tag we'll add margin top 20. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see the logo has been updated, and here we have the text. And next we'll update this button color. Now let's come back to the VS Code and scroll down. So here you can see we have this button. So in this button we have to update the background color. So in this one we'll add BG primary. That's it. And after that here we'll add cursor pointer. Now we will update this copyright message also. So in this one we'll add the copyright at 2025, and then we'll add GreatStack. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. So we have created this footer also. So now we have completed the home page of our quick AI website. After completing the home page, we will create the other pages. So let's see the UI design first. So in this Figma file, you can see this is the next page. So this is the dashboard where any user can see their dashboard data. After that, we will create the other page like write article page. Then we have the next page called blog titles. Then we have the next page generate images. And in all these pages you can see the navigation bar and the sidebar is common, right? That's why we have created the layout file. In that layout file we'll add the navigation bar and this sidebar so that it will be displayed in all the pages. And all these pages will be protected. It means only logged in user can access this page. And if the user is not logged in and try to open this path, then they will see the login form. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code. Now let's open this sidebar, and in this sidebar we have pages, and in this pages we have layout.jsx. So let's open this layout file. So in this layout file we have added this text. So just remove this text, and in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we'll add the tailwind classes. So let's add the flexbox classes, and here we have added the height screen. After that we will add the navigation bar. So just add one nav tag, and in this nav tag we will simply add one image, and in this image we have to add the logo. So we'll add the assets dot logo. After that, on this image we have to add the on click property. So just add the on click so that when we click on this logo it will open the home page. So first we have to import the navigate function. So here before this return statement, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and the use navigate has been imported from React router DOM. Let's add it here in this on click. So in this on click property we will add one arrow function and provide this navigate function. Here we will add the path, that is home page, correct? Now in this one we will add the icon also that will be displayed on small screen only, and this will be either cross icon or menu icon that will be used to open and close the sidebar for a small screen. So after this image here, let's add one object, and in this object we will use the ternary operator. For that we will create one variable. So we will create a state variable here. So let's add const, and the state variable name is sidebar, and the setter function name is set sidebar equal to use state, and initialize it with false. So by default this sidebar will be closed on a small screen. That's why we have added the false here, right? And after that in this object let's add the sidebar question mark. If this sidebar is true, in that case we have to display the cross icon to close the sidebar. So here we'll add the opening arrow X. We will import this X icon from Lucid React. Just click here, you can see X is imported from Lucid React. Now just close this tag, and in this one we'll add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Correct. After that here we'll add colon, and then we'll add the menu icon. So let's add opening arrow menu. Let's click here to import the menu icon from Lucid React. Now just close this menu tag, and after that in this one also we'll add some classes. So here we have added the class name property and provided these tailwind classes. So these icons will be hidden on full screen and it will be displayed on small screen only. And after that let me save the changes and open the web page. So if I open this AI page, let's click on this button. So it will open /AI path. So here you can see we have this logo in the left side, and after that if I open this web page in a small screen, here you can see we have this menu icon, correct? And this menu icon will be hidden on full screen, right? Now let me add some other CSS properties as well. So just come back here and we'll add the CSS properties in the nav tag. So in this nav tag we'll add the class name, and let's add the tailwind classes. So we have added this tailwind classes, and after that you can see we have one horizontal line below this navigation bar, right? Now we'll add the on-click property on the icons. So here we have the icons. So in this first icon we'll add on click. So when we click on this cross icon, it will close the sidebar, right? So here let's use the setter function. So we'll add one arrow function and provide the setter function set sidebar, and let's make it false. Now just copy this one, paste it here in the menu icon, and here we will make it true. So it will open the sidebar, correct? Now we have to create this sidebar also after creating this navigation bar. So to create this sidebar, let me just come here in this components folder, and in this one we will create a new file. So create a new file with the name sidebar.jsx. Now we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here we will get the data from props. So here we'll add sidebar and setter function set sidebar. We will get it from the props, correct? After that let's come to this return statement, and here we have one div. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and here let's add curly braces and provide the backticks. And then let's add these tailwind classes, correct? After that we have to add the classes based on the sidebar status. If it is closed, we will add other classes, and if it is open, we will add other classes. So here just add $, curly braces, and in this one we'll add ternary operator. So just add sidebar, question mark. If the sidebar is open, then we'll add translate x 0. And if it is false, so in that case we'll add max sm minus translate x full. After that, here we'll add the transition and transition duration and timing function, that is in out. That's it. Now here we'll add another div, and in this one we will add the margin from y-axis and width full. So in this one, first we have to add the image. So let's add the image here. In this image src, let's add the user, and we will get this user from Clerk, right? So let's import it. Here before this return statement, let's add const curly braces user equal to use user. So use user has been imported from Clerk/Clerk React, correct? And after that, we will also get the sign out and open user profile from Clerk. So let's add const curly braces sign out and open user profile, and let's get it from the use Clerk. Now if I open the web page and open the Figma file, you can see here we have to display the user's profile image, then name, correct? And at the bottom you can see here we will display the name. So to create it, let me just come back here, and here in this image src we will add this user dot image URL. So we will get the image here. Now we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we will add the width, then rounded full so that it will be circle, and margin x auto. After that we'll add the alt property. So the alt property is user avatar, right? Next we have to display the user's name in h1 tag. So we'll add one h1 tag, then curly braces, and provide this user dot full name. And in this name also we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name and provide margin top text centered, right? After that we'll display some menu items, but before that let me save the changes, and let's come here in our layout. So here we have the layout file. In this one we will mount our sidebar. So after closing of this nav tag, here let's create a div, and in this div we will display the sidebar in the left side and other data in the right side. Like we have the pages for image generation, content generation, so that will be displayed in the right side. So in this div we will add the class name property and provide the flexbox classes, and after that here we will mount our sidebar. So let's add the sidebar component, and in this sidebar we have to provide the props. So let's add sidebar and sidebar. Then we will pass the setter function, set sidebar, correct? And after that, here let's create a div, and in this div we will provide this outlet. Simply move it here. Now in this one we'll add the class name property and provide flex1, and we'll add the background color here. That's it. Now we'll save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in the left side we have this user's profile image and username, and in the right side we have this dashboard, because when we open this /AI it will open the dashboard, correct? Next we have to protect this page. It means only logged in user will access this page. For that, let me just come back, and here before this return a statement we will get the user from Clerk. So let's add const curly braces user equal to use user, and the use user will get imported from Clerk. Now let's add it here. After this return, we will add the user and question mark. If the user is logged in, then we will display these content, correct? And suppose the user is not logged in, so in that case here we'll add colon, and then let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will add a div, and in this div we will add the sign in component. So we have to import the sign in component also. So here in this import statement we will import sign in and we will import use user, correct? Now let's come here and provide this sign in component. Close this component. Now in this div we will add some classes, so just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now save the changes, and after that let's come here. You can see we have the navigation bar and sidebar. Now let me come here on our home page and log out from this profile. So I'll click on sign out button. So now we are logged out, and now if I try to open that path, that is /AI. So you can see it is opening this sign in component. Because this page is protected, only logged in user can access this page. So now let me again log in. Now we can access that page using this path /AI. Right. Now let me complete our sidebar. So in this sidebar, after this user's profile image and text, we will display the menu items. So let's see the UI design. So in this one you can see we have to display dashboard, write article, blog titles, generate images, and when we click on any one, it will open different route. And for all these menu we have different icons also. So we have to create one data where we will store the icon and path and this text. So let's come back to the VS Code and let's open the sidebar. So let's open sidebar.jsx file, and in this one let's come here after this import statement. Here we'll add const nav items equal to create one array, and in this array let's add the first object. Here we'll add the to property that will be the path. So here we'll add /AI. After that we'll add comma, then we'll add the second property that will be label, and in this one let's add the text called dashboard, that will be the menu text. After that we'll add the icon, so let's add the icon property, and here we will add the icon from Lucid React. So here we are going to use the home icon or house icon. So let's add house, click here. So the house icon has been imported from Lucid React. Now just add comma. After that let's duplicate it. Here we'll update the path. It will be /AI/write article, and the label text is write article, and here we'll update the icon. It will be a square pen. Let's click here to import it. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll update the path. It will be blog titles, and the label text is also blog titles. Then we'll update the icon. It will be hash. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path generate images. Then we'll add the label text called generate images, and in this one we'll add the icon that is image. Let's import it from Lucid. Duplicate it, and then we will update the path. It will be remove background. Then we'll add the text called remove background, and after that we'll add the icon called eraser. After that we'll duplicate this one, Here we'll add remove object. This is the path/AI/remove object. Then we'll add the label text called remove object, and here let's update the icon scissors. It will be imported from React, that is Lucid React. Now duplicate it. Here we'll update the path, that is review resume, and let's add the menu text also, review resume, and here let's add the icon file text. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the path/AI/community. Then we'll add the text called community, and here we'll add the icon. It will be users. Let's click here to import it from Lucid React. So we have added the path, text and icon. Right, now we can display it in the sidebar. So let's come here. After this h1 tag, let's create a div. Now in this div we'll add object. Here we'll add the nav items dot map, and in this map let's add one arrow function and provide this parenthesis, and here we will return the navlink tag. So let's add navlink from React router DOM, and let's add the navlink closing tag also, like this. Correct. Now in this function parameter we'll add one object. Here we'll get 2, then we'll get the label, then we'll get the icon. Correct. After that, in this navlink tag we'll add the key property. So the key will be 2. Then we'll add the to property. It is also 2. Then we'll add end property, and in this end property let's add one object, and here we'll add to equal to /AI. After that, in this one we have to add the onClick property. So just add onClick property here, and in this onClick property we will add one arrow function, and here we will use the setter function called set sidebar, and then let's make it false. So when we click on anyone, it will hide the sidebar, so it will make it false for a smaller screen. After that, here we have to add some classes. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and here let's add one arrow function. Now in this function parameter let's add curly braces is active, and when this is active is true, we will add the background color, we'll add the gradient color in the background, and text color will be white, and if it is false then it will be displayed as regular menu. Correct. So here let's add the backticks. In this one let's add the tailwind classes that will be applicable for all the menu items. After that we'll add $ curly braces and provide the is active, and let's add the ternary operator. If the is active is true, it means this particular page is open, right? We are on the particular path. So in that case we will add the gradient background. So let's add bg gradient to right, and after that we'll add from, and in this from we will add one color code. So this is the color code, and after that we'll add 2, and here also we'll add one color code. So this is the second color code for the gradient color. After that we'll add the text color white. So just add text white. Here we'll add the colon, and then we'll add the empty string. So we have added the classes based on this is active status. Correct. Now we have to display the content inside this navlink tag. So we have to display the text and icon. Correct. So here also we will add the curly braces, and now let's add a function, and here we'll add the parenthesis, and in this one we will add the fragment, correct? And in this parameter we'll get is active. Now within this fragment we will add the icon. So let's close this icon tag, and in this icon we'll add the class name, and here also we'll add the curly braces, backticks, and use width and height. And when this is active is true, we will add the white color of text, and if it is false we will add empty string. So here let's add space after this height, and we'll add $, curly braces, and provide is active ? If it is true, in that case simply add the text color white, and if it is false then empty string, correct? After this icon we have to display the menu text also, so simply add curly braces and provide the label. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here in this sidebar you can see we have the menu items with icon, text, and background color. Right now we are on /AI, that's why this dashboard is colored, right? We have the gradient color in this dashboard. If I click on second one, you can see the path is changing. We are on right article path, and this right article menu is highlighted with this gradient color. If I come to this remove background, you can see the path is /AI/remove background, and here also you can see the text remove background, and the menu item is highlighted using this gradient color, correct? Now let me just come back, and we'll add the classes in this div. So here in this div we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add the padding and margin. Then we will add the text small, then text color and font medium. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. Now you can see this sidebar menu items is looking good. After that we have to create the bottom area of this sidebar. You can see in this sidebar we have to add the profile image, and when we click on this icon it will open the profile details. Then we will display the plan details like free or paid plan. We will display the name also, and then we will also add the logout option. So let's come here, and in this one, just before this closing div, that is the last closing div, here we will add a div, correct? And in this one let's add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, in this one we have to add another div. So in this div we will add the user's detail like user profile image, name, and plan detail. And after that, here we will add the logout icon. So let's add opening arrow logout from Lucid React. Close this tag, and in this one we'll add the onClick property, and here we will add the sign out function. You can see the sign out function is already imported from this use Clerk, correct? Now in this one we have to add the classes also. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes for the logout, correct? Now let's come to this div. In this div we have to display the profile image and name and plan. So in this div let's add the class name and provide these classes, and then we'll add the onClick property. Let's add the onClick property here, and here we'll add the open user profile. Now let's come to this div. Within this div we will add the img tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces user dot image URL, and after that we'll add the class name here. So we'll add the width and rounded full so that it will be a circle, And after that, here we'll add one div where we'll display the user's name in h1 tag. So in this one, let's add curly braces, user dot full name, right? And for this text, we have to add the font weight and text size. So let's add class name and provide these classes. Now after this, h1 will add the p tag, and in this p tag, let's add the text small and we'll add the text color. So let's add the class name and provide these classes. Now in this p tag, let's add the protect tag. So we will import this protect tag from Clerk. You can see the protect tag is imported from Clerk / Clerk React. And after that, let's close this tag like this, protect open and closing tag. And in this one, we'll add the text called premium, right? So when the plan is premium, then only this text will be displayed. So here, let's add the plan and write the plan name. So when the plan name is premium, then only this text will be displayed. Suppose the plan is not equal to premium. So in that case, we will add fallback property, and here let's add the text called free. And after this tag, here we'll add plan. That's it. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see at the bottom we have the profile icon, then name and the plan name, that is premium plan, and here we have the logout icon. Now if I click on this one, you can see it will open the profile detail also, where we can see the profile detail, we can update the profile details, we can see the billings also, we can see the subscription plan. Now let me just close it. And here we have the logout icon also. If I click here, it will log out from this profile. Now let me add the cursor pointer on this logo also. So let me just come back and we will open the layout. And here on this image, let's add class name and provide cursor pointer. Now just come back here. Here we have the cursor pointer, correct? For this logo, let me set the width also. So just come back and here let's add width 32, and for small and above screen, width 44. Now it is looking good. So we have completed the layout. It means we have added the navigation bar and sidebar for all the users pages, correct? Now let me create other pages one by one. So we will start with this dashboard. This is the dashboard page. So in this dashboard, we have to display this total creations, plan status, then recent creation, correct? For that, let me just come back to the VS Code. And from the sidebar, let's open the pages. And after that, let's go to this dashboard.jsx file. And in this one, let's create one state variable. So here, let's add const, and the state variable name is creations, and the setter function name is set creations equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, we will create a function that will get the creation data from the assets. We will use the dummy data here. So just add const get dashboard data equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this one, let's use the setter function set creations, and here let's provide the dummy creation data, and the dummy creation data is imported from the assets file assets folder. After that, here we will use effect to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So in this use effect, we'll add one arrow function, and here let's add one array. Now in this one, let's use this function called get dashboard data. So we will call this function whenever the component gets loaded. So now we have the dashboard data so that we can display it on the web page. So let's come here in this return statement. So in this return statement, we have one div. So in this div, we will add the class name and provide the height. It will be full. Then we will add the overflow, y scroll and padding 6. Now remove this title. Now in this one, let's add a div here. So in this div, we'll add some classes also. So let's add the class name, provide these classes, and in this one we have to display the card where we will display the total creation, and then we'll display the number also, and with that we will add the icon. Correct. So here let's add a div. In this card, we will display the content in two columns. In the left side, we will display the total number of creations and the title total creations, and in the right side, we will display the icon. So here we will add the flexbox classes to align the content side by side. So let's add these tailwind classes in this div. This is for the first card. Let me add the comment also. So here we'll add total creation card for this div. Right now in this one we have to add the data in two columns, so just add one div, duplicate it. Now in the first one we have to add the text, so just add the p tag, and the text is total creations, and after that we'll add the s2 tag, and in this one we will display the number of creations, so just add curly braces and provide the creations state dot length. Correct. Now let's come to this second div, and in this one we have to add one icon. So let's add a sparkles, import it from Lucid React, close this tag, and here we will add the width and text white. So just add the class name, provide width 5, text white. Right. Now let me just come back here. Here you can see we have this total creations and number of creations 3. This icon is hidden because it is in the white color, so we'll add the background. So just come back and let's add the CSS properties in all elements. So let's start with this one. So in this one we will add the text color, so just add the class name and provide text slate 600. Now we'll add the text size. For the p text we'll add the class name and provide text small. Then come to this title in h2, and here we'll add the text large and font weight. So the font weight is semi bold. Right. After that come to this div. So we'll add the class name here, and in this one we have to add the gradient color in the background. We'll set the width and height. So we'll add these tailwind classes for this div. After that just come here. So you can see here we have the first card called total creations, where we have the text, number and this icon. Similarly, we will create one more card. So just come back and just duplicate this div. Here we have this div, just copy and paste it here. And here we'll add the comment. So let's add the same comment from here. And this is for the active plan, where we'll display the active plan name. So just add active plan card. Right. And here we'll add the text called active plan, and here let's add the plan name. So to display the plan name, let's come to this h2 tag. Here we'll add protect tag from the Clerk, close this, and here we'll add the text called premium, and then let's add the plan, and here let's add the plan name premium, and after that let's add the fallback text. So just add the fallback, and here let's add the text called free. Correct. Now just come to this div. So in this one we have to update the color. So let me add different color here. let's add the first color code, and then we'll add the second color code here. After that, let's update the icon also. So here we'll add gem icon imported from Lucid React. Save the changes and next come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this text called active plan and the plan name premium and this icon, right? After that, we have to display one title called recent creations and we'll display the list of creations. So let's just come back and here we have this div that contains both card, right? So after this div here, before closing of last div, we will add one div, and in this one let's add some space. So just add the class name and provide a space y3, and in this one let's add the title in p tag and the title is recent creations, and here we'll add the class name property and provide the margin from top and margin from the bottom, correct? And after that we have to display the list of creations, and to display the creation items we will use another component. We will create a separate component to display the creations list, right? So let's come here in this sidebar and we'll create a new component. So in this components folder, create a new file called creationItem.jsx. Here let's add the RAFCE to create the component structure. So in this div, let's add the class name, and here we will add these Tailwind classes. Now here we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the flex classes. So just add the class name property and provide flex justify between item center and gap 4. Now here we have to add one div that contains the prompt for the creation, and then we'll display the type and date, and after that we have to display the button in the right side. So let's create a div here that contains the prompt and date, and after that we'll add the button for the right side, correct? Now in this div let's add the s2 tag, and in this s2 tag let's add the prompt, and we'll get this prompt data from props, right? So just add this curly braces here in this function parameter, and we'll add curly braces item. So we'll get this item from the props, and from this item let's get the prompt, because to generate any content using ID we will enter the prompt, so it will get stored in this item, right? And after that here we'll add the p tag, and in this p tag we have to add the item type. So just add the item dot type property, and after that we'll add this dash, and then we'll add the date. So let's add new date, and here let's add the item dot created at, and then we'll add dot to local date string. That's it. Now we'll add the classes also. So in this p tag we'll add the class name and provide the text gray 500, right? Now let's come here in this button. So in this button we'll add curly braces item dot type, and in this button also we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, right? Now we have to mount this component in our dashboard, right? And in this component we have to provide the props. So let's come here in this dashboard.jsx file, and here we have this p tag. So after this p tag let's add curly braces, and let's add the creations dot map method, and in this one let's create one arrow function, and in this function parameter we'll get item And after that, let's mount this component, that is creation item component. Right, now let's close this tag, and here we'll add the key property, and in this key we'll add the item dot id, and after that here we'll add the item. It will be props, and in this item simply provide the item only. That's it. So we have mounted this component that will display all the creations list. After adding it, save the changes and let's open the web page. So let's see this dashboard. So here you can see we have total 3 creations, right? You can see here we have the category called block title, article, and in the right side also you can see block title and article. And after that here you can see the prompt, and then you can see invalid date. So let me just correct this date. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and we will open this creation items.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have added item.created@. So it will be created_at. That's it. Now just come here. You can see it should display the date now. Still it display invalid date. So just come here and we will make it a small a, created at, save the changes. So now we are getting the date here. Correct. Next we have to add the click feature on this list so that it will expand this list and it will also display the response of this creation, right? So let me just come back here, and in this one let's create one state variable. So we'll add the state variable called expanded. We'll add const expanded, and the setter function name is set expanded equal to use a state, and let's initialize it with false. So by default it will be collapsed, right? And after that just come here. Here we have this div. So after closing of this div, here we'll add curly braces and write this state expanded. If it is true, so we'll add the AND operator. So if it is true, then only we'll display the content here. So we'll add the parenthesis, and here we'll add a div. Now in this div, first we'll add the item type. So let's add curly braces item dot type if it is equal to image, right? Then in that case we have to display the image only, right? So let's add question mark, and here we'll add parenthesis, and in this one let's add a div, and within this div let's add the image tag, and in this image src let's add curly braces item dot content, and in this alt property we will add the image, and then we'll add the class name here, and here let's add the margin top, width full, and max width medium. That's it. Now suppose this item type is not equal to image, then here we'll add the colon and provide parenthesis, and in this one let's add a div. Now in this div let's add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and here let's add a div, and within this div let's add curly braces item dot content. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. But before that we have to add the onClick on this first div. So here on this first div we'll add the onClick property, and here we'll use the arrow function, and then let's call the setter function set expanded, and let's make it not of expanded. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true. Let's come here and click on this one. So you can see it is expanding this, and it will display the creation result, right? So here we are getting the details. So this is the block title creation, and we will get this response. When we click again, it will collapse it, right? Let's click on the second one. Here also we are getting the response like this. Let's click on the next one. Here we have the long response. This is the article generation, right? So in this response, you can see we are getting the hashtag stars, right? So we have to remove it and it should display the proper format like title and paragraph text, then list items, right? So to display that, we will use one package called React Markdown. So let me just come back and let's open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl+C, and here we'll add npm install and write the package name called React Markdown. Then press enter. So it is installing this package. Let's wait for it. And after installation, we have to start the project again using npm run dev. So again our project is running. Now we can hide it. Now let's come here and in this file, let's import the markdown. So just add import markdown from the package name React Markdown. That's it. And after that, let's come here and wrap this one. So here let's add markdown tag and markdown closing tag. And within this, we will provide this item.content. That's it. So after adding this markdown opening and closing tag, save the changes and come back here. Let me refresh this web page and click on this third one. You can see here we are getting the structured details, correct? After that, we have to remove the tailwind from this data. In this response, the tailwind CSS is already applicable. That's why it is displaying like this. So we will remove the tailwind support from this element. So let me just come back. And here in this div, let's add the class name and provide one custom class name. So let's add reset TW. It means reset tailwind, correct? Now for this class name, we have to add the properties. So let's open the sidebar and we'll open the index.css file, and here let's add dot reset tailwind, comma, we'll add dot reset tailwind star, and for this one let's add all, and then we'll add revert, then we'll add not important. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see this structure is looking good. Here we are getting different paragraphs, bold text, normal text, and we are also getting the ordered and unordered list like this, correct? Let me open the first one. Here also we have the list items. In this second one also we have the list items. So this response is looking good. And we can collapse it by clicking on the same element like this. After that, if I open the home page and if I click on this button, switch to this plan, you can see it is opening this drawer and this is hidden behind this navigation bar, right? So to move this one forward, let me just come back to the VS Code and come to this index.css file, and here we have to add the z index for that drawer. So let's add .cl dash drawer root, and for this one we will add the z index and let's set 10. Save the changes. Now just come back here. So you can see this drawer is displayed over this navigation bar. Now it is looking good. So we can clearly see this drawer. Now let's close it and come to this page /AI, that is the dashboard page. So we have completed our dashboard, right? After that, let's click on this write article. So we have to create this write article page. For that, let me open the UI design. So in this Figma file, you can see here we have the second page called write article, right? So in this page we have to display the title, then we have to add the input field, and then we have to choose the length of the article, and then we have the button, and in the right side we will display the response of this prompt. Correct? So to create this page, let me just come back to the VS Code. In this VS Code, let's open the sidebar and come to pages folder, and from here let's open this writearticle.jsx file, and we have to create this page. So from here let me remove this title, and in this one we have to display the content in 2 columns. So here we have the first div, so in this one we'll add the class name property, and let's add the classes to align the content in 2 columns. So we have added these Tailwind classes. After that let's add the comment, so here we'll add column 1, and in the first column we have to create a form, so let's add the form tag, and after that here let's add the comment for right column, and in this right column we'll add a div. You can see in this UI design, in the left column we have this title, then we have this input field, and after that we have the buttons to choose the article length, and we can choose the article length, and after that selected button will be highlighted with this color. For that we have to create one state variable where we will store the selected article length, and then we will create this button. So let's create this left side. So just come back, and in this form tag let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name here and provide these classes. Now in this one we have to add the title first, and with this title we have to add the icon also. So let's add one div, and in this div first we'll add the icon. So let's add a sparkles icon from Lucid React. Close this tag. Now in this one we have to set the width and text color. So let's add the class name property and provide the width and text color. After that we'll add the title text in h1. So the text is article configuration. Now in this title also we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Next we have to add the class name in this div that contains both icon and title. So we'll add the class name here and provide these classes. Now we'll save the changes and come back here. Let's open the web page and open /AI. So it will open the dashboard, and from here just click on this menu write article. So you can see we are on this path /AI/write article, and here we have this title article configuration. Correct? After that we have to add one text like this one. You can see here we have the text called article topic, and then we will create the input field. So let's come here in this VS Code, and after closing off this div we'll add the text in p tag, and the text is article topic. Now for this text we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and after that we have to add one input field. So let's add the input. The type will be text. Correct? And after that in this one we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After that in this one we have to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder property, and in this one let's add the text called the future of artificial intelligence is like this. After adding it, here we'll add required, so that this input field will be required to submit the form. Correct? Now here we have to add another text. So let's add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the text called article length. And in this one we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes here. And after that we have to display the buttons that will display different article length option. Correct? And for that we have to create one data. But before that let me save the changes and show you this contained here. So here you can see we have this title, then this label text, we have this input field, and again one text. So we have the article topic and article length. Now to display the article lengths, here we'll create one variable that store the data. So before this return a statement, let's add const, and let's add the variable name called article length, and it will be one array, and in this array let's add the first data. So it will be one object. So in this object let's add the length property, it will be 800. Then we'll add the text property. So in this text property let's add sort 5 to 800 word. Let's add words. Now let me duplicate it. We'll add the comma here and duplicate this line. In the second one we'll add the length 1200, and here we'll add 800 to 1200. After that, in the next one we'll add 1600, and here we'll add the text called long, it will be 1200 plus words, and here we'll add the text called medium. Right, after that we can display this in the web page. So let me just copy this and let's come here. After this p tag, so here let's add a div that contains all the article length option, and here we'll add one curly braces, then add article length dot map. In this map we have to add the arrow function, and after that here we will get the individual item, and then we'll get the index number, and it will return one span tag. So just add the parenthesis and provide the span tag. Right, now in this span tag just add the item dot text property. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the short, medium and long. Right, now we have to add the CSS properties for this text. So let me just come back, and in this span tag we will add the key property also. So this key will be index, correct, and here we have this div. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide these classes. After that come to this span tag, and in this span tag we have to add the class name property and provide these classes. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have different options to choose the article length. Now the selected article length will be stored in a state variable. So here we'll create a state variable. So let's come here. Before this return a statement, we'll add const selected length, and the setter function name is set selected length equal to use a state and initialize it using the article length index 0. That's it. After that we'll create another state variable where we will store the input field data. Right, so let's add const input, and the setter function name is set input equal to use a state and initialize it using empty string. That's it. Now let's come here, and in this span tag we have to add the onClick property. So let's add the onClick property here. Then we will add the arrow function, and here we will use the setter function set selected length, and here let's add the item. That's it. And after that we have to change the color of this selected article length, correct. So we have to convert this classes. So let me remove the code from here we'll remove this single quote and let's add it inside the curly braces. And then we will add the backticks. So we have added it in the backticks. Let me move it in the new line so that you can see clearly. Here we have the class name property, then curly braces, and we have added all the classes in backticks. Now here at the end we'll add $ curly braces, and here we'll choose this selected length dot text and equal to this item dot text. So if it is same, in that case this length is selected. So for the selected length we have to add the extra class name. So we will change the background. So let's add the background blue 50. Then we'll add the text color. So the text is blue 700. And suppose it is not selected, so in that case we'll add the colon here, and here let's add the text. It will be gray and the border will be gray. Now let me just move this curly braces here. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see the first one is selected, that's why it is displayed in blue color. If I click on second one, the second one will get selected. If I click on third one, the third one gets selected. Correct? Next we have to convert this input field in the controlled input field. So let's come back. Here we have the input. So in this one, let's add the onChange property, and in this onChange we'll add the arrow function, and in this function parameter we will get the event. And here let's use the setter function set input. And here let's add e.target.value property. Now we have to add the value property also. So in this value property we will simply provide the input state. So whenever we will type anything in this input field, that data will get stored in this input state variable. Correct? Now let's come here. After this div we will add one br tag, and then we'll add one button. So let's add the button here, and in this button we have to add the text, and we'll also add the icon. So the icon will be edit icon. So let's add opening arrow, edit, and let's import it from the Lucid React. So we have added the edit icon here, and in this one we'll add the class name, and let's provide the width 5. After that we'll add the button text here. So the button text is generate article. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this generate article and this icon. So let's design this button. So we'll come back, and in this button we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these tailwind classes to design this button. Now we will save the changes and let's come here. So you can see this generate article button is looking perfect. After that we have to add the onSubmit property on this form. So we'll come back here. Here we have the form tag. So in this form tag let's add onSubmit property, and here we'll add one function. So let me add the function name onSubmitHandler, and we will create this function here. So before this return statement, let's add const onSubmitHandler equal to async arrow function, and in this function we'll get the event, and here we'll add event dot prevent default. So it will prevent the web page from reloading when we submit this form. Now we have completed the left side of this write article page. Now let me show you the UI design again. So in this design file you can see this is the right column of this page where we have to add one icon and title, and then we'll add another icon and this description text, where we will display the response when we enter the prompt and click on this generate article button. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Let's come here where we have created the div for the right column. In this div we'll add the class name, and here we have to add the classes. So let's provide these tailwind classes for the right column. Now here we have to add the icon and title. So we will add it inside a div. And in this one, let's add the class name. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, we have to add the edit icon. So let's add edit. It is already imported. So just add this edit and close this tag. Then we'll add the class name property for this icon, and here we have to add the width, height and text color for this icon. So let's add this class name. After that, we'll add the title text. So the title text is article configuration. Then we'll add the class name here. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. We have to update this title text. It will be generated article, right? It means in the right side, we will display the response that will be the generated article when we submit the prompt. After that, here we'll add another div where we have to display the response. So in this one, let's add class name property and provide these classes. And after that, here we'll add another div. In this one, let's add the class name property and provide some classes, and then we have to add the icon. So let me just copy the icon from here, paste it here. This will be the same icon, that is edit icon. Here we will update the width and height. So it will be 9 and 9 and remove this color. After that, we have to add the text. So here we'll add the text in p tag, and the text is enter a topic and click generate article to get started. That's it. Now save the changes and we'll come back here. So you can see we have created the right column also for this right article page. So we have completed this dashboard and right article. Next we'll create this blog titles page. So let's see the UI design. Let me move it here. So this is the blog titles page, and in this one also we have the similar UI, right? So let's create this one. We'll come back here. Let's open the sidebar, and from here we'll open the file. Let me check the file name, blog titles, right? So here we have the blog titles.jsx file. So we'll add the code in this file. In this page, we have to create the same layout that we have created in the previous page. So let's open this previous page, write article, and from here, let me just copy this div within this return statement. So just select this one, copy and paste it here in this blog titles file. So remove this div and paste this one that we have just copied. After that, we will copy this data also. So let me just copy this on submit handler function, then this state variable, and let's copy this array also. Let's copy and paste it here before this return statement in this blog titles page. In this one, we don't need this article length. So instead of that, we have to display the blog categories. So here let's add the name block categories. It will be one array, and in this array let's add some elements. So here we'll add the first category name. So the first category is general, then we'll add the comma, then we'll add the other category name like technology, then we'll add the business, health, lifestyle, then we will add the education, travel and food category. So we have added different category name here. After that, here we will update this one. It will be selected category, and the setter function name is set selected category. And let's initialize it with the first value. So let's add this first category name called general. After that, we have the input state, correct? Now let's come here. So here we have the first div that contains two columns, correct? So let's come to this first column, that is a form tag, and in this form tag we have this div that contains the icon and title. So in this one we have to update the icon color. So here we have the color code. Let me update it. We will update this icon color and we have to import this icon. So let's add a sparkles. Click here to import this icon. After that we have this title. So we will update this title also. So it will be AI title generator. Correct. Now let's come here in this p tag. So in this one we'll add the text called keyword and we will get the keyword from the input field for creating our article title. So let's come to this input field and here you can see we have already added the setter function and value. Correct. And after that we will update the text here in this p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the text called category and then we have this div that contains the buttons. So using this buttons we will select the different category. So let me update this name. It will be blog categories dot map and in this one let's add the item. Remove this one. It will be just item. Correct. Now here in this class name also we have to update this. So you can see here we have selected length dot text. So instead of this one we'll add the selected category equal to item. That's it. If it is true then we'll add this blue color. So instead of this blue color here we will use purple. So let's add purple 50 and then we'll add the text color. It is also purple and 700 and if it is false then we'll add the text gray 500 then border gray 300. It is correct. And let me update this setter function also. So here let's add set selected category and it will be item. Now in this key we can use the item only and here we can remove this index because these items are unique. After that let's come here in this button tag. So in this button tag we'll update the text. It will be generate title and we'll update the icon also. So here we'll add hash icon. Let's click here to import it from the Lucid React. Now in this one we have to update the color. So let's add the first color in this from and then we'll add the second color in this to. Right. Now save the changes and come to this second column. In this second column here we have the maximum height. So let me remove it. And after that here we have this div that contains the icon and title. So let's add the text called generated titles. Correct. And after that here we have to update the icon color. So we'll add this color code here and we'll also update the icon. So it will be hash. Correct. Now let's come to this div and in this one we'll update the icon. So simply add hash here and here we have the width and height and after that we will update this text. So let's add enter a topic and click generate title to get started. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. Here we are getting some issue. Maybe we have missed some import. So let me inspect it. Let's open console. It says user state is not defined. So let's import the user state because we have just added it here using copy and paste. So we'll import it, just add user state. So the user state has been imported. Now let's save the changes, open the web page. So now you can see we have created our title generator page also, that is blog title generator. Here we have the input field where we can enter the keyword for our title. We can choose the category like this and here we have the button and in the right side it will display the generated title. Now let's see the other pages. So you can see after this page we have to create this page, that is generate images. Right, in this generate images again we have to create two columns. In the first one we have to again add the title, small text and one text area. Then we'll add the buttons to select the image style and a button to generate the image. And in the right side we will display the generated image. So let's create it. We will come back to the VS Code. From this sidebar we will open this file called generateimage.jsx. In this page also we will create this similar UI. So let's copy it from the blog titles page. Let me just copy this data, paste it here before the return statement. Then we will copy this div. So let's select this div, copy and paste it here in this generateimage.jsx file. Now we will update the text and icons here. So let's start with this array. So here let me rename this. We'll add image style, and here we'll add the different name for the image style. So in this array let's add different style name. So we have added different style name here. After that here we have the selected category. So instead of category here we'll update it as selected style. So let's add selected style and the setter function name is set selected style and initialize it with first value. So let's add it here, realistic. After that we have the input state to store the input field data. After this input state here we'll create one more state variable where we will store either true or false. So it will contain the information about publishing the generated image in the community. So here we'll add const publish and the setter function name is set publish equal to use state, and let's initialize it with false. So by default it will be false. And after that here we have the first div that contains two columns, and in the first one we have the form tag. Then in this one we have to update the icon color. So here let's update this color code for the icon. After that we will update the title. So the title is AI image generator. After that we'll add one text in this p tag. So the text is describe your image, and instead of adding this input field here we are going to use the text area. So let's update it. It will be text area, and in this one we have the onChange property. Then setter function set input, it will be e.target.value and the value is input. After that in this text area we will add the row property. So just add rows, it will be 4. And here we have the type. So let me remove it, and then we'll update the placeholder text. So in this placeholder we will add our own text, describe what you want to see in the image, and this will be required. After that here we have the text in p tag. So in this one we'll add the text called style, from where user can choose the style. Right, now let's come here in this div where we have to display all the styles. Right, so let me add the name here, that is image style dot map. Let me create it using small I, and here also we'll add small I, image style dot map. And in this one we will use the setter function called set selected style. It will be item, and after that here let's add the state variable called selected style equal to item, and here we have the key property and item. That's it. Now let's come here in this button. So in this button we have to add the text called generate image. Let me just update this text, and here we'll update the icon also. So we'll add the image icon. So just import the image icon from Lucid React. Just click here, so it will get imported. Now in this button we have to update the color, so let's add the first color code, then we'll add the second color code in this too. That's it. Now let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the AI title generator. Let me switch to new page, that is generate images. Let's click here. So here we are getting the blank screen because we have not imported all the icons that is used in the second column. So let me just come here. Here we have the second column. So let me update the second column also. So in this one we have a div, and in this div we have one has icon. So instead of this has icon, let's add the image icon. And in this one we'll update the color code. So let's update the image color, and then we'll update the text. So the text is generated image, and after that let me update the text in this p tag, and after that we'll update the icon. So instead of this has icon, we'll use the image icon. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. Let me inspect it. We'll come to this console. Here we have the sparkles. It is not defined, so let's come here, scroll up. Here we have the sparkles icon, so let's import this icon. Just click here on this suggestion, so it will get imported from the Lucid React, right? And after that we'll open the web page. So now you can see on this page we have the title AI image generator, then we have the text called describe your image, and we have the text area where we can describe the image, and here we have the option to select the style. We can select the styles like this, and then we have this generate image button, and in the right side we'll see the response that will be the AI generated image. Now in this left side we have to add one more section where we'll add the toggle button to publish this generated image in the community, right? So let me just come back here. Let's come to this form tag, then here we have the image styles, right? And in this image style you can see we have this classes, so we'll update this class name also. Here we'll use green class name, so just add bg green 50 and text green 700. Let's come back. You can see these colors are updated, correct? Now let's add one more section here. So after closing of this div, here let's add another div. Now in this one we have to add the classes, so just add the class name and provide these classes, and then we'll add the label tag. Now in this label tag we'll add some classes, so let's remove this HTML for, provide the class name and provide relative and cursor pointer. Now in this label tag we have to add one input field, so just add the input, and the input type will be checkbox, right? And in this one we will use the onChange property, and here we'll add the arrow function, and let's get the event in this function parameter. After that we'll use the setter function called setPublish, and here we'll provide e.target.value. Then we have to add the checked property here, so let's add checked property, and in this checked property let's add the curly braces, provide this publish state, right? And after that we'll add the class name here, so just add the class name, and here we'll add this relevant classes. After that we have to design this toggle button, so here we'll add a div, and we will simply add the classes in this div. We will not add any content within this div, so we'll add the class name and provide these relevant classes. Now after closing of this div we will add one span tag, and in this span also we have to add some classes. So in this span tag let's add the class name property and provide this class name absolute. Then we'll add the position, top, left and width, height. Then we have added the background and we have added transition, correct? Now After closing of this label tag, we'll add the text in p tag. So the text is make this image public, right? And here we have to change the font size. So simply add class name provide text small. That's it. Now let me remove this br tag from here. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have one toggle button and we have the text called make this image public. We can toggle like this. This uncheck is not working, so let me just come back. Here we have the input type checkbox. In this one we have added e.target.value. So let me update it. It will be e.target.checked property. Now save the changes, come back here. If I click here, you can see we can uncheck and check this one. So when we check this one, the generated image will be added in the community so that it will be public. Correct? So we have created this page also. Now we'll create the next page, that is remove background. You can see the path remove background, and let me show you the UI design. So let's come here in this Figma file and you can see this is the design for the remove background page. Here also we have to create two columns, and in the first one we have to upload one image, and in the right side we will display the processed image. So to design this page, let me just come back to the VS Code. From here, let's open this sidebar and open this remove background.jsx file. And in this one, we will add the code from the previous file. For this page also, we will copy the code from previous page. So let's open the block title, and from here, let's copy this div and paste it here in this remove background. So let's paste it within this return tag, and let's copy this one also. From here we'll copy this on submit handler function and this state variable called input. Just copy and paste it here before this return statement. Now here we have the input state to store the input field data, and then we have the on submit handler function. Now let's come to this div, and in this div we have the first column, that is the form tag. Now in this form tag we have the sparkles icon, so let's import it from the Lucid React. After that we have to update the icon color, so let's add the color code here, and then we'll update the title. So let's add the title called background removal. After that, here we have to add the text called upload image. So we have added this text, and then we have to add the input field. Using that we can upload the image. So in this input field, first we have added the onChange property, where we have added the arrow function with the event in the parameter, and here it will call the setter function set input, where we will set the e.target.files and index 0, because using this input field we will upload the file. And here we have the input type text, so let's update it. The input type will be file, right? And after that, here you can see we have the value property, so just remove this value property from here. And after that, here we'll add the accept. So after this type we'll add accept, and here we have added image/star, so it will accept all the image type file. Then we have the class name, so we have provided these classes here, right? And in this one we have to add one more class name, so let's add text gray 600. After that, from here we will remove this placeholder. It is not required in this file input field. Then we will remove this text and remove this div. Remove this br also. Now here we have to add one text in p tag, and the text is supports JPG, PNG and other image formats. Now for this one we have to add the classes, so just add the class name property, and we will make the font size small, and after that we have to add the text color gray 500 and font weight is light, and margin from top. After that we have this button, right? So in this button we have to change the color. So let me add the first color code here in this from, and we'll add the second color code in this to, right? And then we have to add the button text called remove background, and then we'll update the icon also. So here we will use the eraser icon. So let's import it from the Lucid React. So we have added this button. Now let's come here in this second div, that is the right column, and in this one here we have this div that contains the icon and title. So let's update the icon, it will be eraser, and after that we will update the icon color. So update this color code. Then we'll add the title here, that will be processed image. So just add this image here. After that let's come to this div. So in this div also we have the icon. So let's update this icon, it will be eraser, and after that we will update the text in this p tag. So in this p tag we'll add the text, that is upload an image, and click remove background to get started. That's it. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it. So we have to import this user state. So let's import the user state, save the changes, come back here. So you can see this background removal page is ready. Here we can choose the file, and here we have added the message, that is the supported file type, and here we have the button called remove background. The processed image will be displayed in the right side. Now after completing this background removal page, let's click on this button or menu called remove object. So we have to create this page. So let's see the UI design for this page. So come to this Figma file, and you can see this is the object removal page, and in this one in the left side we have to add the title and this same input field to choose the image, and after that we will add one text area also to describe the object that will be removed from the image, and then we have one button, and in the right side we will display this area to display the processed image. So let's come back here in the VS Code. From here we will open this remove object.jsx file, and in this one also we have to copy the code from the previous file. So let's just copy it from the remove background.jsx. Let me just copy this one, paste it here, and after that we will copy the entire div. Let's just copy and paste it here within this return statement, correct? Now we will update the code here. So let's come here at the top. In this one we have to add one text area where we'll get the details about the object to be removed from the image. So here we have to add one more state variable. So just duplicate it and we will add the name called object, and the setter function name is set object, and let's import this user state from the React package. After that here we have the first div that contains two columns, and in the first one we have the form tag. Now in this one we have to add the icon color. So let's update this icon color here, and here we'll import the sparkles icon from the Lucid React. So this is the div that contains the icon and text. So let's update the text also. It will be object removal. Instead of this background removal we will add object removal, and then we have to add one text called upload image. So it is already there. After that we have the input field, and in this input field we have the onChange property that will set the input and provide the selected file, and the type is file, and here we have the accept property. After that we have some classes for this input field and it is required. Then we have this p tag. In this p tag we have some text. So let me just remove it, and then we have this button. So before this button we have to add one text area and one text. So let me just copy it from the previous page. So if I come here in the block titles. Here we don't have the text area. Let me open the generate image. So in this generate image file, you can see here we have added the text area and one text in p tag. So just copy this one and come here in this remove object and paste it here. Now we will update the text in this one. So here let's update the text. It will be describe object name to remove. Correct. And here we have added the margin from top, text small and font medium. Then we have the text area, and in this text area we have the onChange property, and here in this onChange property we will use the setter function called set object. So it will be e.target.value, and in this value we will add object. Then rows 4, and then we have the classes. Then we have the placeholder text. So in this placeholder text, let's add our new text. That's it, and it is required. Then we have this button. So in this button we have to change the background color. So let's add the first color code. Then we'll add the second color code. Then we will update the icon. So instead of this eraser icon, we will use the scissor icon. So just import the scissors from the Lucid React, and then let's add the button text called remove object. So we have added the content for the left column. Now let's come to the right column, and here also we will update the icon. So let's add the icon name here, and we'll update the icon color. So we will update this color code. After that we will change the title here. So the title will be processed image. It is already there. Now let's come here in this div. So in this one we'll update the icon. It will be scissors icon, and here we'll update the text in p tag. So the text is upload an image and click remove object to get started. Let me remove this extra div from here. Save the changes, and now let's open the web page. Let's come here. So you can see this is the remove object page. Here we have the input field to choose the image. Then we have the text area to describe the object to be removed. And here we have the button remove object. And in the right side we will display the processed image. After that, let me choose any image here. So if I click here, you can see it will open a window to upload any image, and we can upload the image like this. So the selected image name will be displayed here. You can see the selected image name is displayed. So we have created our object removal page. Now we'll create the next page called review resume. So this is the review resume page. You can see the path. And now let's see the UI design. So let's come to this Figma file, and we have to create this design where we have to add one title, then input field to upload the file, and in the right side we will display the result. So to create it, let me just come back to the VS Code. And from this sidebar, we will open review resume.jsx file. And in this one also we have to add the code from the previous file. So let's come to this remove background.jsx and copy this div. Then let's come here and paste this div here. After that, come here in this remove background file, and we will copy this data from this file and copy here in this review resume before this return statement. Now we will update this code. So here you can see we have this input and setter function set input equal to user state. So import the user state first. It will be imported from the React package. Then we have the onSubmit handler function that will submit this form. Correct. Now let's come to this div that contains form and a div for the left and right column. So in the left column we have this icon. So let's import this icon, and after that we will update the icon color. So we will add this color code. Now we have to add the title text here, that is resume review, and then we have this text in p tag. So here we'll add upload resume. instead of upload image we'll add upload resume. Correct. Now let's come here in this input field, and here we have on change property set input e.target.files 0, that is index 0, and the type is file, and here we have the accept property. So in this accept property we'll add application/pdf, so it will only accept the PDF file. Then we have the class name property and then required. Now we have to add the text here, so we have the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text called supports PDF resume only. So let's add this text here. That's it. Next we have this button, and in this button we have the icon, so let me remove this icon. Here we'll add file text icon. Let's import this icon from the Lucid React, and here we have the width for this icon, and then we'll update the button text. So the button text is review resume. That's it. Now we'll come to the second column, and in this second column again we'll update the icon. It will be file text, and we will update the icon color. So let me add the color code here. Then we have the title in H1, so we will update this title. It should be analysis results. After that, let's come here in this second div. Here also we will update the icon. It will be file text, and then let's update the text in this p tag. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see this is the resume review page. Here we have to update the button color. So let me just come back, and here we have the button tag. So in this button tag, let's add the first color code. So this is the first color code, and then we'll add the second color code in this 2. Now let's save the changes, come back here. So you can see we have completed our resume review page also. Next we have to create one more page, that is community. Let's click here. So this is the community page, and to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. So in this file review resume, you can see in the right column we have this minimum height. So here we'll add the maximum height also. So let's add the max height of 600 pixel. That's it. Save the changes. Now let me open the new file, that is community.jsx. So we will create this page. Now in this one, let's remove this title, and here we have this div. So in this div, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and after that we have to add the text. So let's add the text called creations. Then we have to add a div, and in this div we will display the list of created images. Correct. So in this div, let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and after that we have the creations data in the assets. Correct. So let's get it from the asset, and we will store it in a state variable. So we'll create the state variable here. So just add const creations, and the setter function name is set creations equal to use a state, and in this one we will add empty array. So we will initialize it using empty array. After that, here we will get the user data also. So just add const curly braces user, and let's get this user from the use user, and the use user will get imported from the Clerk. After that, here we have to create a function that will fetch the creations data. So just add const fetch creations equal to async and arrow function. Now in this function we will use the setter function called set creations and provide the dummy data from the assets. So just add dummy published creation data, and you can see the dummy published creation data has been imported from the assets. Right. Now this function will get imported whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add the use effect. So let's add the use effect, and in this one we'll add one function, and then we'll add the dependency array, and in this dependency array let's add the user. Now let's come to this function, and here let's add if statement. If the user is logged in, then we will call this fetch creations function. That's it. Now let's come here within this div, and in this div we have to display the creations list. So just add curly braces creations dot map method, and in this one we have to add one function, and here let's add parentheses and provide the div. So this function will return a div. Now in this function parameter we will get the creation, that is the individual creation, and index number. After that let's come here in this div, and in this one we have to add the key property, so the key will be index. After that here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes for this div. Now in this one we have to add the image tag, and in this image src let's add curly braces, then we will use the creation dot content. After that for this image we have to add some classes, so just add the class name property and we'll set the width, height, object cover and rounded large. Now after this image we have to add one div, so let's add a div here, and in this div we have to add the text in p tag. So let's add curly braces, we will add the creation dot prompt, so we will display the prompt also that is used to create this image, and here we'll add the classes, so just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that here we'll add a div, and in this div we will add the number of likes and we'll add the heart icon. So let's add the p tag, then add curly braces, provide the creation dot likes property, and here we will display the length. Now we have to display the heart icon, so let's add the opening arrow heart and let's import it from the Lucid React. Now close this tag. Now in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we'll use curly braces, then backticks to insert the template literal, and here we'll add the minimum width, height, then hover effect and cursor pointer, and after that let's add $, curly braces. Here we will use the creation dot likes dot includes, then we'll add this particular user dot id. So if it is true, in that case let's add fill red, so it will add this color, and then we will add the text red, so it will add this text color, and if it is false, so here we'll add the colon and provide the text white. That's it. Now let's add the classes in this div, so we'll add the class name property, and here we have to display the number of likes and this heart icon side by side, so let's add flex gap 1 and item center. Now here also we have a div, so in this div we'll add the class name property, and in this one we will provide these tailwind classes. That's it. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. Now we'll click on this community. So on this community you can see here we have creations, and here we have total 3 creation list, and in this one we have the prompt also. You can see we have these prompts, and then we have the number of likes and heart icon. Correct. So we have completed our community page also. So we have completed our community page, review resume page, object removal page, then background removal page, then generate image, blog title, write article and dashboard page. And we have also completed the home page. And in this home page we have added the user authentication using Clerk, and we can manage the profile from here. And here we have added the billings also, so that we can subscribe to premium plan, and we have added this billing using the Clerk. So after completing the front end of our AI SaaS project, now we will create the backend. To create the backend of our AI SaaS application, we will come back to the VS Code and let's close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now open this sidebar and here we have the client folder. Let me collapse it, and in this root folder, that is the quick AI, we will create another folder. So we'll create another folder here in this quick AI and write the folder name server, because we will create the backend server. Now in this server folder, we will create a new file. So write the file name server.js. So this is the main file of our backend server. Now here we have to open the terminal. So right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So you can see we are in the server directory in this terminal. Now we have two terminal. You can see I can switch the terminals from here. In the first one, our front end is running at this URL, and this is the second terminal. In this terminal, we will start the backend. So in this server directory, we have to initialize the npm. So let's add npm init-y. Press enter. So you can see a project has been created. You can see the name, version, main file, then we have the script and all these details. Correct. And after that, in the server folder, you will find this file also, that is package.json. So in this package.json, we have all the details of this project. Right. Now let me close it and open the terminal. So in this project, we have to install the dependencies that will be used to create the backend application. So let's add npm install, and here we'll add different packages. So we will use Express to create our backend server. So just add npm install Express. After that, we will use .env so that we can create the .env file and store the environment variables. After that, we will add the CORS package. So just add CORS so that we can connect the backend with any front end. After that, we will use the Axios package to make the API calls. Then we will use the Cloudinary to store the images on cloud storage. So we have added Cloudinary, and after that we will also add the Multer so that we can upload the images using this Multer package. Now let's press enter to install all these packages. So it is installing this package. After that, we have to add one more package, and we will add it in the development dependency or dev dependencies. So here we'll add npm install --save -dev. So it will be added in the dev dependencies, and here we'll add the package name nodemon. Now press enter. So this package has been installed. After that, let me hide it and open this package.json. So in this package.json, you can find all the packages that we have installed. Right? We have Axios, Cloudinary, CORS, .env, Express and Multer. And here we have the dev dependencies. In this one, we have added nodemon. So we have added this nodemon to restart our project whenever we will make any changes in the project. You can see here we have the start a script. So when we type npm run start, it will use this node server.js that will start the backend server. But whenever we will make any changes, then again we have to start it using this script. That's why we have added nodemon. So to add the nodemon here, let's add another script. So let me delete this one, remove this test script, and instead of this one, we will add server. So the script name is server, and here we'll add nodemon and the file name server.js. That is the main file of our backend server. Right? And after that, in this one, we have to add the type. So let's come here after this main. we will add type, and the default value for this type is common.js. So we have to change it. Let's select module. So we have added type module. Now save the changes. Now we'll come back to the main file, that is server.js file, and here we have to create a basic Express server. For that, let's add import, and we will import the Express package. So just add Express from Express package. Next, we will import the CORS also. So just add import CORS from the CORS package. After that, we will import the .env. So here just add import .env/config. Using this, we can use the environment variables in this backend server. Right. After that, let's create one app using this Express package. So let's add const app equal to Express. Correct. Now in this one we have to add some middleware. So here we'll add app.use, and in this one we will add this CORS package. So all the requests will be passed using this CORS. Now let's add app.use. Here we'll add the express.json method. So all the requests will be passed using this JSON method. Right. After that, let's create our first route. So we'll add app.get method, and here we'll add the route path, that is / that is the home route. And after that, here we'll add one function. So when we will hit this route, this function will be executed. So we have added one arrow function. In this function parameter, we will get the request and response, and here it will return the response. So just add response dot send, and here we'll add the message called server is live. So whenever we will hit this path, we will see this message server is live. Correct. After that, we have to add one port number where we will start this backend server. So let's add const port equal to, then we'll add the process.env.port. So if this port number is available in the environment variable, that port number will be used, else we'll add the port number 3000. Correct. Now we can start our Express application on this port number. To start it, let's add this app.listen. And here we have to add the port number and a function. So let's add the port, then we will add one function. Now in this function, simply add the message in console. So just add console log, and in this one, let's add the message. So we'll add server is running on port, and then we have to add this port number. So let's add this port number. So we have created a basic Express application. Now to run this application, we will open the terminal. So you can see we are in the server terminal, and here let's add the command npm run server. So it will start this backend server using the node-mon package. Just press enter. Now you can see this message, server is running on port 3000. So our Express application is successfully running. Now let me hide it, and to verify it, let's open the web browser. And in this browser, let's open localhost / 3000. Press enter. So at this URL, you can see we are getting the message server is live, because here we have added localhost port 3000. This is the home route. If I open this backend server code, you can see this is the home route, and at this route, this function will be executed and it will send this message server is live. That's why we are getting this message here. Whenever we will open the route in web browser, it will hit with get method. So you can see we have created it using the get method, and when we request this route using the get method, we will see this response. So our basic server is running. Now we will connect our backend server with database. To store our AI generated content data, we are going to use Neon. Neon is a fully managed serverless Postgres database built for modern applications. Neon helps developers to build a scalable and reliable apps faster. It comes with powerful features like branching and auto scaling that simplifies the development and management. With Neon's free plan, you can create up to 10 projects and store up to 500 MB of data at no cost. So just click the link in the description to sign up and start using Neon for free. So I'll click on this sign up button and I'll sign up using my Google account. After sign up, you will find this button to create a new project. You can see the button new project. I'll just click here. And here you need to add the project name. So I'll add the project name Quick AI. So after adding the project name, just click on this button create. After that, let's click on this button connect to your database. I'll click on this button. And from here you will get this connection string. Now I will store this connection string in our project. So just select this connection string, copy it, and let's come back to the VS Code. And here in this server folder, we will create a new file and write the file name .env, where we will store the environment variables. So in this one, let's create one environment variable. So just add database underscore URL equal to and paste this connection string. So we have added the connection string to connect with Neon database. Now save the changes. After that, we'll add the configuration to connect with the database. So let's come back to the Neon website again and open neon.com. And here we'll click on docs. In the left side, you can see this getting started. Just click here. And after that, scroll down in the left sidebar. Here you will find framework quick starters. So from this one, we will choose Express. Just click on this Express and here we have the documentation to connect Neon database with Express project. So here you can see we have the command to install the Neon database. So let's just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. And here we will open the terminal. So let's open the terminal and our backend is running. So we will stop it using Ctrl+C. And here we will paste this command npm install at neon database /serverless. Press enter. It has been installed. After that, let's see the next step. So here we have to add the database URL in the environment variable that we have already added. And then we can import the Neon from this neon database /serverless package. And after that, we can use this Neon and provide the database URL to establish the connection with Neon database. Correct. For that, let me just come back. And here in this server folder, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name configs. In this configs folder, let's create a new file called db.js, that means database.js. And here we will configure the Neon connection. So before that, let me start this project using npm run server. So it will start the project again. You can see our backend server is running. Now let's hide it. And here we will add import. We will import the Neon from at Neon database /serverless, right? And after that, let's add this statement from here. Let me just copy this and paste it here. So we have added SQL equal to Neon and in this one we have provided the process.env.database URL. You can see we have added the same environment variable here. In this .env file we have the database URL, right? And now using this we can read and write the data on SQL database. So we have to export this SQL from this file. So just add export default and SQL. That's it. So we have added the configuration. Using that we can read and write the data on SQL database. After that, to store any data we have to create the table, right? For that we have the SQL editor in the Neon console. Let me just come here in the Neon console, and here you can see we have the SQL editor in the left sidebar. Just click here. So using this SQL editor we can write the SQL commands to create the table and update the data. So let me just clear it, and here let's add the SQL query to create a new table. So we'll add create table and then write the table name. So we'll create a table name with creations, and after that in this one we have to add the ID, and for this ID let's add the serial, and then we'll add the primary key, so it will be auto generated, correct? Then add the comma, and here we'll add the second data. So we will store the user ID here. So let's add user ID, and here the data type will be text, right? So we have added text here, and after that here we'll add not null. So this user ID property will be required to store the data, right? After that we have to store the prompt, right? Whatever prompt user will enter, that will get stored in this creations table, and here also we'll add the text and not null, correct? After that we have to store the content. So just add content, and here we will add the type text and not null. Then we have to add the type. So here we'll add the type, and here also the data type is text and not null. Then we'll add the next data, so it will be published. So it could be either true or false. So here we'll add boolean type, and then we'll add the default value. So the default value will be false. After that we have to store the likes. So in this likes we will add the array, and in this array we will store the text. So we will add text and this a square bracket, and after that we'll add the default value. So let's add the default, and in this one we'll add this empty object. After that here we have to add the next data, that is created at. So this will be the date and time. So here we'll add the time stamps, and it will be current date and time. So just add the default value here, and we will add now, correct? And after that we'll add one more data, that is updated at. So here we'll add updated at, and here also just add the same thing. We'll just copy and paste it here. So here we are creating one table with the name creations. In this table we will store the ID, user ID, prompt, content, type, publish, likes, created at and updated at data. Now just run this query using this run button. So you can see the message here, a statement executed successfully. After that let's come here in this tables. So here you can see we have one table where you can see the ID, then we have the user ID, then prompt, then content. Here we have the type. If I scroll right, you can see here we have publish, likes, created at and updated at. So now we have created a table where we can store the data in Neon database. correct? After that, let me just come back to the VS Code. So we have added the configuration to store the data, and we have also created the database. Now we will connect our backend with Clerk, so that in this backend also we can get the user data, and we can also get the user's plan, like free or premium plan. For that, let me just come back to the Clerk, and let's come to this Clerk homepage, that is clerk.com. Then let's open this docs and go to docs page. So we are on clerk.com/docs. In this left side, you can see we have different options. So we will choose this Express, and here we have the Express Quick Start, correct? So in this one you can see the steps. So first we have to install the Clerk. So let's just copy this command and just come back here. Let's close this file, and here we will open the terminal. In this terminal, we'll add Ctrl+C and paste this command, npm install at clerk/express. Press enter, and let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this keys in the environment variable, right? So let's just copy it and come back here, and we'll open .env file, and in this one just paste this Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Save the changes, and let's see the next step. So in the next step, you can see we have to add the .env that we have already added, and then we can add the Clerk middleware in our application. You can see we have to import the Clerk middleware from this package, and after that we have to add it as a middleware using this app.use. So let me just come back here in the server.js file, and in this one let's add this import statement. Let's just copy and paste it here. Import Clerk middleware from @clerk/express. After that, we have to add this app.use and Clerk middleware. So let's just add it here. App.use Clerk middleware. That's it. So what will happen? All the requests will be passed using this Clerk middleware, and this Clerk middleware will add this auth object in each request, and from this auth object we can get the user data, correct? Now let's come here in the next step, and you can see we can protect our route using this required auth. So in this project we have to protect our routes also, so we are going to use this Clerk auth. Let's just come back here, and here we have created the home route, right? So this home route will be public, anyone can access it, but after that here let's add this required auth as middleware. So we will add the app.use, and in this one provide this required auth, correct? So when we'll create any route after this one, then all the routes will be protected. It means only logged in user can access this route. So next we have to import it also. So we'll come here in this import statement, and here we'll add required auth. It has been imported. So now we have integrated the Clerk in this project. Now we have to create one middleware also that will add the plan data in the request, and we'll also get the user data from the metadata. So here let's create the folder structure. In this server folder, let's create a new folder with the name middlewares, and then let's create another folder with the name routes. Let's create one more folder and write the folder name controllers. So we have created controllers folder, middlewares folder, and routes folder. Now in this middleware folder, let's create a file called auth.js. And here let's add one comment. called middleware to check user ID and has premium plan. So let's create one function here. Export const auth equal to async and create this function. Now in this function parameter we'll get the request, response and next function. After that here we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we will get the user ID and has property from the request auth. So we'll add const curly braces user ID and has, and let's get it from the request. So just add await request dot auth. This auth will be added using the Clerk middleware, right? Now here we have the user ID and has, so we will check whether the user has the premium plan or not. So we'll add const has premium plan equal to await has, and in this one we'll add the plan and then we'll add the plan name. So let's add the plan name premium. So if the user has the premium plan then it will be true, and if user have the free plan then it will be false, right? After that here we have to get the user data so that we can update their metadata. So we'll add const user equal to await, and here we will use the Clerk client. So just add Clerk client. You can see the Clerk client has been imported from Clerk/express. Let me move it here at the first line. So in this Clerk client we will get the users, then we'll get dot get user, and here we have to provide the user ID, right? And after that let's add one if statement, and here we'll add not of has premium. So if user does not have the premium plan then we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add the user dot private metadata dot free uses. So when it is true then we'll add the request dot free uses equal to user dot private metadata underscore free uses. So if the user does not have the premium plan and they have the free uses in their metadata, then this free uses will be added in the request, right? And when user does not have this free uses, right, so in that case we'll add else, and here we'll add await. We will add the Clerk client dot users dot update user metadata, and here let's add the user ID. Then we'll add the object. In this object we'll add private metadata, and in this private metadata let's add the free uses and let's set it to 0, correct? So when the user has free plan then in that case this middleware will add the private metadata where it will add free uses 0, correct? And this free uses will be added in the request also. So here let's add the request dot free uses equal to 0, right? Now after that here let's add the request dot plan equal to has premium plan. If it is true then we will add premium, and if it is false then we will add free. So we will add the plan property in the request. After that we'll call the next function. So just add the next and call this function. That's it. Now let's come to this catch block, and in this catch block simply add the response dot JSON and in this one we'll add one object where we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message property. It will be error.message. So we have created the middleware. Using that we can check the user has free plan or premium plan, and we can also get the user's private metadata. If the metadata is available, then it will add this free users metadata in the request, and if it is not available, it will add it with 0. Right. Now let's come here, open this sidebar, and here we have the controllers folder. So in this controllers folder we'll create a new file called AI controller.js, and here we'll create the API controller function, right? But before that, let me start our backend. So here in this terminal, let's add npm run server. So it will start the backend on port 3000. Let me hide it. Now here, let's create our first controller function, that is generate article. So here let's add export const and the function name generate article equal to async, and create the arrow function. And in this function parameter we'll get the request and response, right? After that, here let's add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll get the data from the request. So first we'll get the user ID, right? So let's add const user ID equal to this request dot auth. This auth will be added using the Clerk middleware. Then we will get the prompt and length from the body. So let's add const prompt and length, and we'll get it from the request dot body. So when we will call this API, we will send the prompt data and length to generate the article, correct? After that, let's add plan. So just add const plan, and we'll get this plan from the request dot plan property, right? And after that we will get the free uses also. So let's add const free uses equal to request dot free uses. So now we have all these data so that we can generate the article, right? Now suppose user does not have the premium plan. So here we'll add the if statement. Let's add the plan not equal to premium, correct? And with that we will also check the free uses. So if the free uses is greater or equal to 10, so it means user is on the free plan and they have already used the 10 credit. So in that case they cannot generate the article, right? So here we'll add the return statement and just add the response dot JSON, and then here we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message also, and in the message we'll write limit reached, upgrade to continue. So what we are checking here, we are checking if the user does not have the premium plan and user has already used the 10 free credit. So in that case they will see the message limit reached, upgrade to premium. So in free plan user can only create 10 articles, right? So after that, suppose user have the premium plan or user has available limit. So in that case they can generate the article, and to generate the article let's open Google Gemini. Open a new tab and search for Google Gemini API, and scroll down, you will find this link aistudio.google.com. Let me just open it. Here you can see this button, Get API Key. Let's click here and create a new API key. So we'll click on this button, Create API Key. And here you need to choose any existing Google Cloud project or create a new project. So I'll choose my project here and click on this button. and just copy this Google Gemini API key. After that, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the .env file, and in this one let's create a new state variable. So write the state variable name Gemini API key and paste this key. After that, let's come back. Here we will click on this documentation link. Let's open this documentation, and in the left side you can see get started, and here we have OpenAI compatibility. So we will use the OpenAI package for this AI. So let's click here, OpenAI compatibility, and in this one we have the code to use this Google Gemini API using the OpenAI package. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open the terminal. So let's open the terminal here, and in this terminal let's add Ctrl C, and here let's add npm install OpenAI. So we will install the OpenAI package. After that, start the project using npm run server. So our backend server is running. Now let's hide it, and after that let's come back here, and from here we will copy this statement to import the OpenAI and this configuration OpenAI equal to new OpenAI, and provide the Gemini key and provide this base URL. So let's just copy this and come back here, and we will paste it at the top. So here we have added this import OpenAI from OpenAI, and after that here let's add the AI equal to new OpenAI, and here we have the API key. So in this API key we will provide the API key that is added in the environment variable. So simply add the process.env environment variable name. So let's copy it from here, copy and paste it here. So we have provided the API key, and after that here we have the base URL. So this base URL will be same, do not change this one. After that, using this AI we can generate the response. So we have to provide the prompt, right? So here we have the code for that. Here we will use the await and this AI instance .chat.completions.create, and here we will provide the model, and then we have the message. In this message we can set the role, system and user, and here we have to provide the content. So we will provide our prompt here with the role user, and then we'll get the response, right? So let me just copy this and come back here and come to this controller function, that is generate article, right? Here we have to generate the article. So let's paste this code here. Now in this one, here we will update it. It will be AI because we have created the AI here. You can see we have added the AI. So we have added this AI here also. And after that we have the model Gemini 2.0 Flash. Then we have the message. So in this message array, let me remove this first object. We will add only one object, and here we have the role user. After that we have the content. So in this content we will provide the prompt. So you can see we are getting the prompt from the request body. So simply provide it here. Let's add this prompt, right? And after that, in this one we'll add some other data also. So here after this array, let's add one new property, temperature, and let's add 0.7. Then we'll add the max tokens, and here we'll add length. That's it. So after that we'll get the response, and from this response we have to add the choices. So you can see in this response we'll get the choices and index 0, and in this one we'll get the message property, right? And in this message we will get the content. So that will be our response. So let's just come back, and here we'll add const content equal to this response dot choices and index 0 dot message property dot content. So here we'll get the response from this AI. After that, we have to store this response data in the database, right? So for that, we'll write the SQL query. So here we'll add await, and we can use the SQL that we have created here in this db.js file, right? So let's add SQL. Just click here to import it. You can see this SQL has been imported from this configs folder and db file. So let me write the complete file name db.js like this. And after that, let's come here, and after this SQL, let's add backticks, and here let's add the query to add the data in this database. So we'll add insert into creations, that is our table name. So let's add insert into creations, then we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one first we have to add the user ID. So just add user underscore ID, then we have to add the prompt. So this prompt is available from the body. After that, we'll store the content that we have generated from AI, then we'll add the type. So let's add the type, right? Now after that, here we have to add the values. So let's add the values here, and in this values simply add $, curly braces, and provide the user ID. So in this user ID column, we will add this user ID. After that, let's add the comma and provide $, curly braces. Here we have to provide the prompt that we are getting from the body in this prompt column. After that, here we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the content that is generated using AI, and then we have to add the type. So in this type, we have to add article because we are creating the article. So the type is article, and it will execute this statement that will add this data in database. After that, here let's add the if statement. Here we'll add the plan not equal to premium. It means the user is on the free plan. So in that case, we will increase their free usage. It means we will increase the number of free credit they have used, right? So just add await, then Clerk client will get imported, and in this one we have the users dot update user metadata, and here we have to provide the user ID, and then we'll add one object, and in this object we'll add the private metadata, and in this private metadata we'll add object. It will be free usage, plus 1. So it will increase the count of free usage. That's it. Now after that, we can send the response. So here let's add response dot JSON, and here let's add the success property. So the success property will be true, and then we will send the content also, that is AI generated in this response. So we have provided success true and content. So when we will call this API, that is generate article API controller function, so it will generate the content using this AI. It will store the content in the database, and it will also send this content in the response. Now let's come to this catch block, and here in this catch block simply add console log, and here let's add the error dot message. After that, we will send the response also. So simply add response dot JSON, and in this one we will add success false, and with that we'll add the message property. It will be error.message. So we have created the controller function that will generate the article. Now using this controller function we'll create the API endpoint, right? So here we have to create the routes. So just come to this routes folder, and in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name airoutes.js. Now in this file we have to create the router using Express. So let's add import Express from the Express package, and then we'll add const AI router equal to this Express dot router. So we have created a new router, and in this router we can create the API endpoint. So let's add AI router dot post method, and here we'll add the path. So let's add generate article, and after that here we have to add the middleware, that is auth, that will provide the plant data in the request, correct? And after that here we'll add the controller function. So just add generate article controller function. It has been imported. Now let's add the file name extension also .js, and here also .js. That's it. So we have created one route for generating an article using AI. Now we have to export this router. So we'll add export default AI router, correct? Now we have to add this router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open the server.js file, and here after this require auth, here we'll add app.use, and in this one let's add /API/AI. We will add this path, and then we'll add the comma and provide the AI router. So you can see the AI router has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. That's it. So we have created one route. Using that we can create an article using AI. Now we can test this API that we have created here. We have created this API endpoint generate article. So to test it we will use Postman application. You can download the Postman application from their official website and open it, and here just click on this button to create a new request. Here we'll choose the method post and then provide the API endpoint localhost :/API/AI/ and this API endpoint. You can see in the server.js we have added /API/AI, and after that we will provide this generate article. Let's copy and paste it here, correct? Now let's come to this body, and in this body we have to provide the prompt, and we'll also provide the length of the article. So let's come to this raw, then choose JSON, and here we'll add the object. In this one we'll add prompt. Let's add it in the double quote, and here we'll add the prompt to generate the article, and after that we have to add the length, and let's add the length 800. So here let me add one prompt. So here we have added impact of AI on jobs. Now if I send this request, then we'll get the error because the user is not authenticated. If I come back to this VS Code, here you can see we have added this middleware that will get the user details, right? And after that in this server.js file you can see we have added required auth. So these routes will require authentication, correct? And for authentication we need the token. So now we will come back here in this client project. Here we have the client project. Let's open it and open this src and open app.jsx file, and in this one we'll create the token. So let's come here, Before this return statement, here let's add const curly braces, and here we'll get the data from this use auth. Let's click here. So use auth has been imported from the Clerk React, and here we will get the get token function, correct? After that, here we'll add the use effect, and in this use effect we'll add one add function. Then we'll add the dependency array, that will be empty array. So in this use effect we'll add this get token function. So this get token function will be executed whenever the component gets loaded, and from this token we have to get the exact token and display it in the console. So just add dot, then we'll add the add function here, and in this function parameter will get the token, and let's display this token in console. So let's add console log and provide this token. Let's move this parenthesis here. That's it. Now save the changes and open the web page. So if I open the console tab, in this console you can see here we have a token, right? So we have to provide this token in the request. So let's come here in the Postman application and come to this headers, and in this headers we'll add authorization. Let's provide this authorization, and in this value we'll add bearer, and then we will provide the token. So let's come here and copy this token. This token is valid for 1 minute, it will expire. So let's add it quickly and click on send button. So here you can see we are getting server is live. Here we have added the incorrect spelling. Let me correct it. We'll add bearer. Let me clear this value only. We'll add bearer, bearer, and after that let's generate the token again. So let's refresh this web page, so it will give a fresh token. Let's just copy it and paste it here. Click on send button. Now you can see we have received the response, and you can see this success is true. And after that we have the content, and in this content you can see we have the complete article for this prompt. So our API is successfully working. Now let's check our database also. So we'll open this Neon console. Let me refresh it. So in this table you can see here we have one user ID, then we have the prompt, and here we have the content. And then you can see here we have the type article, publish false, and then you can see we have the likes array, and here we have the timestamp created at and updated at. So our data is getting stored in this Neon database. Next we have to update the Clerk metadata also. So let's open the Clerk dashboard. Here we have the users. So let me open this user. So in this user you can see here we have the private metadata, and you can see the free usage 0, right? And if I open this front end, so in this one you can see we have subscribed for the premium plan. Let me go to manage account, and here you can see we have the billings. So here you can see we are in the premium plan. Let me switch to free plan. So whenever we are on the free plan and we will create the content, then it will increment this value. This free usage will be increased by 1 for every request, and when we reach 10, then we cannot create any new request, right? Because the maximum limit is 10. So let me try it. I'll just come back here, and now we'll create a new request. So just come to this body, and in this body let me update this prompt. Let's add impact of AI on software jobs, And after that, let me decrease the length. I'll write 800 only. After that, let's open this headers, and here we will update this token. So in this token, let me remove the previous token and we'll generate a new token. So let's come back here, refresh this web page, and let's just copy this new token. Copy and paste it here. Click on send button. So it is generating the response from AI. So now you can see our response has been generated. This API is executed successfully. The success is true, and here we have the AI generated article. Correct? And now let's see our database. So in this Neon console, let me refresh this database table. So here you can see we have two data, right? We have the same user ID here. Then we have the new prompt. Correct? Let me show you this prompt. Impact of AI on software jobs, right? After that, you can see this is the generated content. You can see this is the generated article, right? So this is the AI generated article. Now let's come to this dashboard and let me refresh it in the Clerk dashboard. And here you can see we have the private metadata. It should increase by 1, but it is still 0. So this free usage is still 0 because in this account you can see still the premium pack is active. You can see we have the free plan and premium plan, and this premium plan is active, right? So let me log in with another account where we are on the free plan. So here we have another account, and you can see in this one we are in the free plan, correct? So here we'll generate the token. So inspect it, open console, refresh it, and here we have a new token. So let me just copy this token and come to this, paste this new token, and let me update this prompt also. So let's add marketing. Impact of AI on marketing jobs. Let's click on send button. So it will generate the response from AI, correct? So let's wait for this response. So now you can see the response has been generated, right? Now let me just come back to the database. So here if I refresh it, here we have total 3 data, right? You can see the new one. The prompt is impact of AI on marketing jobs, and here we have the AI response. So this is the article generated using AI, correct? Now let me check the user metadata. So we'll come to the Clerk dashboard. So this is the new user, and in this user's private metadata you can see free usage 1 because we have generated one article in this free plan. And when this usage increases up to 10, then we cannot create any new article because we have set the maximum limit 10. Now let me just come back to the VS Code and create our new API. Let's open our controller file, that is AI controller.js, and here we have created one controller function, generate article. Let me just copy this entire function and paste it here. Here we'll add the function name. So let's add the function name, that is generate block title. It will be async arrow function. In the parameter we'll get request and response. Then in the try block we have added the prompt. We will get this prompt from the request body. Here we don't need this length. So from the body we'll get the prompt, and after that we'll get the user ID from request.auth, correct? Then we'll get the plan and free usage. After that, here we'll add the same if statement. It means when the user is not premium, it means the user is in the free plan and the free usage is greater than 10. So in that case, we will send the response with the message limit reached, upgrade to continue, right? Then we will create the response using the AI. So here we have added AI.chat.completions.create. Then we have added the model, and then we have the message where we have the role. Let me move it in the single line. And here we have provided the prompt. Correct. After that we have the temperature and max token. So let's set the max token 100. Correct. And after that here we have the content, and in this content we are getting response.choices index 0 message.content. So this is the response from AI. After that we have to update this response data in the Neon database. So here we have used this SQL insert into this table called creations. In this one we'll insert the user ID, then prompt, then content and type. And here we have the values, that is user ID, prompt, content, and the type is blog article, right? This is the article generation API. Now here we have the if statement if the plan is not premium. So in that case we will increase the free usage by 1, right? And after that we'll send the response. That's it. And then we have the same catch block. So we have created the another controller function to generate the block title. Correct. Now we have to create the next function. So let me just copy this one only, copy and paste it here. And in this one we have to update the name. So let's add the name called generate image. Using this we will generate the image, right? And to generate the image, here we will get the prompt from the body and we will also get the publish status. So let's add comma publish. It could be either true or false, right? And after that we'll get the user ID also from the request.auth. Then we'll get the plan, right? And after that let me remove this free usage, because only premium users can create the image using AI. So here we'll add the if statement if plan not equal to premium. That's it. If the plan is not equal to premium, then we'll send the response with this updated message, that is this feature is only available for premium subscriptions. That's it. Now suppose the user is in the premium plan. In that case they can generate the image using this prompt. To generate the image we will use another AI. So let me remove this one. Let's remove this line also. And here we will use the clip drop API to generate the image using text. So let's open the new tab and search for clip drop API. Let's open this link. And after that just click on this docs. Let's click here to open the documentation, and in the left side you will find this text to image. Just click here and here we have the documentation to create the image using prompt. So here we have the API endpoint, and at this API endpoint we have to send the form data, that will be the multi-part form data, using this post method. And after that we'll get the response, that will be the image, right? So to add it, here we have some code also. Let me click on this JavaScript and here we have this code, right? So let me just copy this, come back here, let's paste it here. So here we'll write const form data equal to new form data. And after that in this form data we have to add our prompt. So let's add form data.append, then prompt, and here let's add the prompt that we are getting from the body, right? And after that we'll make the API call at this URL, correct? So let me just copy this. Instead of this fetch we will use the Axios package for making the API call. So here let's add Axios. Axios will get imported, and before that we'll add the await also. So just add await Axios.post method, and in this one first we'll add the API endpoint, correct? After that we'll add the comma and provide the form data, right? Then we'll add the comma and provide one object. In this object we'll add the headers. In this headers let's add one object, and here we will add this one. Let's add X API key. Let's copy and paste it here. X API key, and here we have to provide the API key for this clip drop. After that, let's add the comma, and here we'll add the response type. In this response type, we'll add array buffer. That's it. Now we have to get the API key for this clip drop. So let's come back to the web page. Click here, and now let's click on this sign in. Here you can sign in or sign up using your email ID. So just enter your email ID, click on this sign in or sign up button, and you will receive a link. Just click on this link to sign in. So after verifying your account, you will get 100 credits, and you can see the API keys here. This is my old account. I have already generated the API key. So let me just click on this revoke. Then only it will display a new key. So I'll click here, reveal API key. So here I'll get my new API key. I'll just copy this and paste it in our environment variable. So let me just come back here in VS Code and open the .env file, and in this .env file here let's add the environment variable called clip drop API key and paste this key. That's it. Now let me just copy it and come back here in our AI controller.js file, and here we'll add process.env and this environment variable. So we have provided the API key here to get the response from this clip drop API, correct? And after that we will get the image in this response. So let's add const. We will get the base64 image. So let's add const base64 image equal to backticks this data. So we'll get the response here. So first we'll store this response here. So just add const curly braces data equal to await. Now in this data we'll get the response. So just add this data here, data colon, then image slash png, then semicolon, and after that we'll add base64 comma and provide $sign curly braces. Then here we'll add buffer dot from, and here we'll add the data comma provide binary, right? And after that here we'll add toString method, and in this one let's add base64. That's it. So here we'll get the base64 image. After that we will upload this image on cloud storage. For that we will use Cloudnary. We have already installed the Cloudnary package. So we have to create the configuration, and we need the API keys to configure the Cloudnary storage. So let's come back here on web browser and open Cloudnary. Open this website and log in here. I'll continue with my Google account. Here you can see we have the Go to API keys button. Just click here. And here we have the API keys for old project. Here we'll create a new API key. So just click on this button, generate new API key. And here we need to confirm the code received on email ID. So let me enter the code here. Then click on approve. And our new key has been generated. Here we'll add the name Quick AI. Right? Now here you can see we have the API key, then API secret, correct? And here we have the cloud name at the top. So we have to add the cloud name, API key and API secret in our environment variable. So let me just come back here in the .env file. Here let's create 3 environment variables. So first we'll add Cloudnary cloud name, right? Then we'll add CloudNuddy API key, and after that we'll add CloudNuddy API secret. Now let's paste the value here. So first we'll copy this name, just copy and paste it here. Then we will copy this API key. Let's just copy and paste it here. After that we'll paste the API secret from here. So let's click here to reveal this and copy. Paste it here. So we have added the cloud name, API key and API secret for CloudNuddy. Now we'll add the configuration file. So let's come here. In this configs folder, we'll create a new file called cloudnuddy.js. And here we have to import the package. So just add import curly braces v2 as CloudNuddy from CloudNuddy package. After that we'll add const. Let's add the function connect CloudNuddy equal to async and create the arrow function. And in this one we will use this CloudNuddy.config. And here we have to add one object, and in this object simply add the cloud name property. Then we have to add the API key. Then we have to add the API secret like this. And let's add the values here. So we'll add process.env and provide the CloudNuddy cloud name from our environment variable. Right? Now let me just copy and paste it here and here also. In this one we'll update the data. It will be CloudNuddy API key, and the last one is CloudNuddy API secret. So we have added the name, API key and secret, correct? And after that let's export this function. So simply add export default and provide connect CloudNuddy. Right? Now we have to call this function in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js file, and here after this app simply add await connect CloudNuddy. That's it. This function has been imported from this configs folder and cloudnuddy.js file. Correct? After that, let's come to this AI controller.js file, and in this one, after generating this base64 image, let's add await this CloudNuddy, and let me import the CloudNuddy first. So let's add import v2 as CloudNuddy from CloudNuddy, right? And let's come here. So here we'll type await CloudNuddy dot uploader dot upload, and in this one we will provide this base64 image. Then we will get the response here. So let's add const, and from this response we will get the secure URL. So just add const secure URL, right? So this will be the live URL for our uploaded image. Now we will store this image URL in our database, and we will also store the prompt user details, right? So let's come here in this await SQL, and here we'll add insert into table creations, where we'll add the user ID, prompt, content, type, and with that we'll add one more value, that is publish, right? After that, let's come to this values, and here we'll add user ID, prompt, and in this content we have to add the secure URL, right? After that, here we have to add the type. So in the type we'll add image, right? And after that we'll add comma, then $, curly braces. In this one we'll add publish, double question mark, and provide false. That's it. After adding this data in the database, we can send the response. So from here we will remove this statement, and here simply send the response. So in this response, we will send this secure URL, right? So let's add this secure URL here in the content. So we'll add content and provide secure URL. Now we have created this API controller function to generate the image using prompt, correct? So now let's create the API endpoint also. So let's open this AI routes.js file. In this one we have created one route, right? So let me just duplicate it. Here we'll add the path that will be generate blog title, and here we'll add the function generate blog title. You can see this function has been imported. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add the path, so it will be / generate image, and here let's add the function generate image. So this generate image function has been imported from this AI controller.js file, correct? Now let me test this generate image also. So let's open this Postman application. Here we will change the path. Let's write generate image. The type is post. So in this body we have the raw and JSON. So here we have the prompt, right? So we will update this prompt. Let's add a white cat playing with a boy, and after that remove this length, and here we'll add the publish property, and let's add true. That's it. Now let's come here in this headers, and here we have the authorization. So we'll paste the new token. So I'll just come back here in our front end. Let me refresh it and copy the new token. So here we have a new token. Let me just copy it and paste it here after this bearer. Then click on send button. So you can see here we are getting this feature is only available for premium subscriptions, right? Because here we are in the free plan. You can see manage account, or if I come to this /AI at the bottom, you can see we are in the free plan, right? And let me just come here, billings, you can see we are in the free plan. So let me switch to premium plan, subscribe to premium plan, pay with test card, and after subscribing the premium plan we can create the image. So let's inspect and create the new authentication token. So let me just copy the new token and paste it here. Now click on send button. So now we are in the premium plan and it should generate the image. So you can see we have the response success true, and here we have the content where we have the URL. So let me open this URL in web browser. So you can see our AI generated image. Here we have voice playing with this can. So let me just come here. You can see in the body we have added can, right? So let me add cat here, and after that let me add the new token. I'll just come back, copy the new token after refreshing the web page, paste it here, click on send button. So now we have the new response. Here we have the new URL. Let me just copy this URL, and here you can see we have a white cat playing with a boy. So we can generate the image using AI, and this image is uploaded on Cloudinary, and here we have the live URL, and this image URL will get stored in the Neon database. So let's open this, refresh this database. So here you can see we have the new data where you can see this is the prompt and this is the image URL, right? So we have successfully created our next feature, that is creating image using AI. After that, let's come here in this AI controller.js file, and here we'll create the other APIs. Here we have to create the API to remove the background of any image, right? So again we'll create one controller function. So let me just copy the previous function, that is generate image. Let me just copy it and paste it here. Now let's update the function name. So I'll add the function name remove image background. Now in this try block, we will get the user ID from request auth. After that, here we will get the image. We don't need this prompt and publish, right? So let me remove it. And here let's add const curly braces, and here let's add image. We will get the image from the request dot file, right? And this image will be added in request.file using a middleware that we will create using Multer. So let me create the Multer middleware also. So let's come here in this configs folder, and in this one we'll create a new file and write the file name multer.js. Now in this one, let's import the Multer package. So just add import Multer from Multer, and after that here simply add const a storage equal to Multer dot disk storage, and in this one let's add one empty object. After that, let's add export. We will export the upload. So here we will add const upload equal to Multer, and in this one we will provide this a storage that we have created here, right? And now we will add this as a middleware in that route. So after that, let's come here in the controller function, and here let me complete this function. So here we have the user ID, then we have the image, and after that we will get the plan, and we'll get this plan from request.plan, correct? After that, we are checking whether the user has premium plan or not. If they are not on the premium plan, then we will return success false, and if they have the premium plan, then we will continue this function. So here we need to remove the background of the image, and we will remove it using the Cloudinary. So let me just remove this code, remove this one also, and after that here we have this await Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and in this one we will upload the image. So let's add this image that we are getting here, right? And here let's add the dot path, correct? After that we'll add the comma, and we'll add one object, and in this object we'll add the transformation property. In this transformation property we will add the array, and in this array let's add the object where let's add the first property effect, and in this effect we will add one string. It will be background removal. After that we'll add the next property. So the next property is background removal, and in this one let's add the string remove the background, like this. So here we will upload this image, and after that it will remove the background of this image, and then it will return a URL that will be secure URL, right? So now we have the URL that is the removed background image, correct? Next, we can store this image in the database. So here we will use this SQL query. So here we have added insert into creations table, and then we have the user ID, prompt, content, then we have the type, and from here we will remove this publish. After that, here we have the values, and in this values we'll add the user ID. And after that, let's add the prompt. So the prompt is remove background from image. So let me add the string, right? And after that, we'll add the content. So the content will be secure URL. And after that, we have to add the type. So the type is image, right? And then remove this publish value. So let's remove it. So it will store this data in the database, and after that we can send the response. So in the response we have to send that URL. So here we will add response.json, where we will add the success true and content will be secure URL. Correct? And then we have the same statement in the catch block. So we have created the controller function to remove the background of any image. After that, we'll create one more controller function. Using that, we can remove any object from the image. So again, let's add the copy of this controller function. Let's just copy and paste it here and change the name. So here we'll add the name called remove image object. Now in this one, we will get the user ID from request auth. Then we'll get the image from request.file. And after that, we'll get the plan from request.plan. After that, we need the object also. That object should be removed from the image, right? And we will get this object data from the body. So let me just duplicate this line. Here we will add curly braces object, and let's get it from the request.body. Correct? After that, we will check the user's plan detail. After checking the user's plan, we have to upload this image on Cloudnary. So let me remove this transformation from here, remove this object, and you can see here we have added await cloudnary.uploader.upload and provided the image.path. So it will upload this image on Cloudnary, and after that, here we will get the public ID of this uploaded image, right? So we will get the public ID. Now we have to remove the object from this uploaded image. So let's add cloudnary.url, and in this one we will provide the public ID. Then we will add one object. Now in this object, we will add the transformation property. Then we will add the next property, that will be resource type. So here let's add resource type, and this resource type will be image. Correct? And after that, let's come to this transformation. In this transformation, we will add the array, and here we will add comma. Now in this array, let's add one object, and in this object we'll add the effect. And in this effect, let's add backticks, and here we'll write gen remove. Correct? And after that, here we have to provide the object's name that will be removed from the image. So here you can see we have the object that we have received from the request body. So let's add it here using this $sign curly braces. Provide this object. So this object will be removed from the image. And here it will give an URL. So let's add const image URL equal to this cloudnary.url. Correct? Now we can send this URL in the response, and we will store this URL in the database. So let's come to this SQL query. Here we will add insert into creations table, and then we will store the user ID, prompt, content, and type. And in the value we'll add the user ID, and then here we have to add the prompt. Correct? Let me just come here in the previous one. You can see here we have the single quote here, and here we'll add the closing single quote like this. Now it is correct. And after that, let's come here in the current function. Here also we have to update this prompt, so just remove it. We'll add the $, curly braces, and in this one let's add backticks, and here let's add removed, and then we'll add the $, curly braces object from image, right? And after that, here we have to send this image URL. So let's add this image URL. It will be saved in the content, that is the AI generated. And after that, here we'll add the type. So the type is image. That's it. So it will save the data in Neon database. After that, we'll send the response. So in this response, let's send this image URL in the content property. So we have added image URL. So now we have created the controller function. Using that, we can remove the object from any image. After that, we have to create the next function. Using that, we can review the resume. So to create our new API controller function, we will just copy the previous function. Let's copy and paste it here. And here we'll add the function name. So let's add the function name resume review. And in this function, we'll get the user ID from request auth. Then we'll get the plan. And after that, let me remove this object from here. And here we'll get the resume file, right? So let's add const resume, and we'll get it from the request.file. Correct? So here we are getting the user ID, then resume from the request.file, and then we are getting the plan from request.plan. And after that, we will check the user's current plan. If they are in the premium plan, then we will continue this function, and after that, we will check the uploaded resume file size. So let me remove these codes. We will not upload it on this Cloudinary, so let's remove it. And here we have to check the file size. So just add the if statement, and here let's add the resume.size greater than 5 multiplied by 1024 multiplied by 1024. If it is true, it means the uploaded resume size is greater than 5 MB. So in that case, we will send the response with success false. So let's add the return statement, and here we'll add response.json, and in this one, let's add the success property. It will be false. And after that, we will send the message also. So let's add the message property, and in this message property, we will provide resume file size exceeds allowed size 5 MB. That's it. Now suppose the file size is less than 5 MB, then we will convert this resume file in the data buffer. For that, we will use the file system, right? So here we'll add const data buffer equal to fs. So we have to import this fs or file system. So let me just scroll up. Here we'll add import fs from fs. That's it. After that, let's come here in our controller function. Let me scroll down, and here in this one we'll write fs dot read file sync, and in this one provide the uploaded resume path. So just add this resume dot path. That's it. After that, we have to parse this resume to extract its text. Correct? For that, we will use the PDF parse package. So let's open the terminal. In this terminal, you can see the server is running. So just add Ctrl C to stop this. And here we'll add npm install pdf-parse. That's it. We have to install this package called pdf-parse. Just press enter. So this package has been installed. After that, start the project using npm run server. So it will start the server on port 3000. Now let me hide this terminal and come here. Now we have to parse this resume. So here we'll add const pdf data equal to await and provide this pdf, and we have to extract it from that package. Correct? So let me scroll up. Here we have to import that pdf from the pdf parse package. So let's add import pdf from and provide this pdf-parse slash lib slash pdf parse .js. Make sure to add this import statement same as it is, pdf-parse slash lib slash pdf-parse .js. After that, let's come here in this controller function, and here let's add this pdf, and after that here we have to provide this data buffer. So let's add pdf and provide the data buffer, right? And here we will get the pdf data, and from this data we will get the pdf text, right? And now we can generate the prompt using this text. So here let's generate one prompt. We will add const prompt equal to, we will add the backticks, and here we will add our prompt. So let me write, review the following resume and provide constructive feedback on its strength, weakness and areas of improvement. After that we have to provide the resume content here. So let's add resume content \n, and after that we'll add $ curly braces, and in this one let's provide this pdf data dot text. That's it. So we have created this prompt. Now we will send this prompt on Google Gemini AI and we will get the response, right? So let me scroll up and copy the Google Gemini code from here. You can see here we have this ai.chat.completions, right? So let me just copy this and come here. After generating this prompt, let's paste this code, and here you can see we have added the model, then message. In this message we have the role user, and in this one we have the content. So the content is prompt. After that we have to add the temperature and max token. In the max token I'll set 1000. That's it. And after that we'll get the response, and from this response we'll find the choices index 0, then message.content, and here we'll get the response content. Correct. Now we can store it in the Neon database. So here we'll write this SQL query, insert into creations and provide the user ID, prompt, content and type. So let's add the values, that will be user ID, and here we'll add the prompt. So let's add the prompt here. Here we'll add the prompt. So let me remove it, and here we will write review the uploaded resume. After that here we have to add the content value. So in this one let's add this content. Let's add it here. And after that we have to add the type. So in this type we will add resume review. Let's add it here. That's it. So it will store the data in database. After that we have to send the response. So in this response simply add success true and then provide this content in the response. That's it. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can review the uploaded resume. Correct. Now let's create the API endpoint for all these functions. So let's come here in the AI routes.js file, and here we'll create different API endpoint. So let's add the copy of this route. Let me just copy and paste it here, and here we'll write the path. So the path will be remove image background, correct? And in this one we have to upload the image. So here we'll add the one more middleware, that is upload. Let's upload it from the configs/multer.js file. Let's click here. You can see it has been imported. So in this upload we'll add .single, and here we'll add the property name called image. Let's add it here. Then we'll add the comma, and after that we'll add the auth, and here we have to add the controller function. So the controller function name is remove image background. So this remove image background function has been imported. Now let's copy this, paste it here, and in this one let's add the path. So let's add the path, that is remove image object. We will remove the object from the particular image, right? And here also we have to upload the image. So we will use this upload.single and image and provide this auth middleware, and then write the function name remove image object. After that let's just copy this route, paste it here, and here we'll add the path. So the path will be resume review. After that here we have to upload one file, and here we'll add the property name for this file, that is resume. So we'll add upload.single resume and provide the auth middleware, and here we'll add the function name, that is resume review. So this resume review function has been imported. So we have created the API endpoint for all the APIs to generate the article, to generate the blog title, to generate image using prompt, to remove the background of any image, to remove any object from the image, and to review the resume. That's it. Now we have to create the other APIs for the user. Using that we can get the all creations of a particular user. Then we'll create the next API to get the creations which is published, and after that we'll create the API to like any creation, right? So here we'll create a new controller file. So let's come here in this controllers folder and create a new file and write the file name usercontroller.js. Now in this one let's create the first function. So we'll add export const get user creations equal to async and create the arrow function with parameter, that is request and response. In this one we'll add the try catch statement, and in this catch block simply send the response, that is success false, and the message is error.message. Now let's come to this try block. So in this try block we need to get the user ID so that we can get the all creations of the particular user. So let's add const curly braces user ID, and let's get this user ID from the request dot auth. After that we have to find all the creations for this user. So we will use the SQL query. So let's add await SQL. We have to import it from the configs/db. Let's add it here. You can see import SQL from the configs/db and provide the file name extension .js. Right, now here let's add backticks, and here we'll add the select a star from the table name, that is creations. After that we'll add where user ID, and here we have to provide the user ID. So just add $, curly braces, and provide this ID here. Let's copy and paste it here. Correct. After that we have to order this data. So let's add order by created at, and then descending. So we have added this SQL query. Using that we can get the data from the database for this particular user. Now we will send this data in the response. So let's store it in a variable. So we'll add const and write the variable name called creations equal to await. Now we can send this creations in the response. So just copy this response statement, paste it here, and here we'll add success property true. And after that, let's provide this creations in the response. So here we'll add creations. That's it. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can get all the creations of the particular user. Right. Now let's create another function. Using that we can get the published creations. Correct. If I come to this table, in this table you can see we have the published property where you can see false, false, true, true, right? So here we have to get the data where the published property is true. So just come back here, and after that let me just create a new function. So I'll just copy this function, paste it here, and here we'll add the function name called get published creations. It will be one async arrow function where we'll get request and response. Correct. And after that, here we don't need this user ID, simply remove it. And in this try block, simply add the SQL query. So just add const creations equal to await SQL, and here we'll add select a star from the creations where we will add the publish true. That's it. So simply add where publish true, like this. Let me move it in the new line so that you can see clearly. Select a star from creations where publish equal to true, order by created at descending. That's it. Now we will send this creations in the response. So it will give all the creations where the publish value is true. After that we'll create another controller function. Using that we can like or dislike any creations. It means we'll create a toggle function. So let me just copy it, paste it here, and here let's add the function name, that is toggle like creation. Correct. Now here we need the user ID and we also need the creations ID. So let's add const curly braces, provide the user ID, and let's get it from the request dot auth function. And after that we need the ID. So just add const curly braces ID, and let's get it from the request dot body. So from this body we will get the ID, that will be the particular creation ID where we will add the like or dislike. Right. After that we have to fetch the creation using this ID. For that we will use the SQL query. So let me add the space here, and here let's add const a square bracket creation equal to await, and we'll add the SQL. Then we will add the backticks. Here we'll add select a star from creations. Then we will provide the where ID equal to, and let's add $, curly braces, provide this ID. So we'll get the particular creation using this ID. Correct. Now we have to add the if statement. So let's add the if, and here we'll add not of creation. Suppose we don't find any creation using this ID. In that case we will stop this function here. So simply add return, and we'll also send the response. So just add response.json, and in this one we'll add success false, and with that we'll add the message also. So the message is creation not found. Suppose we could not found any creation using this ID, then this response will be sent creation not found. Now suppose we found any creation. So in that case we have to create one variable called current likes, and in that one we'll add the creation dot like value or property. So just add const current likes equal to this creation dot likes. If I come to this table, so here we have the empty array. So in this array we can add the user's ID, right? So let me just come back here and here we'll create one more variable. So just add const user ID string equal to this user ID dot toString method. So here we have the user ID string. After that, let's add one variable called updated likes, and we'll add one more variable called message. So just add let updated likes and let message. Correct. After that, we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add the current likes dot includes, and in this one let's provide this user ID string if it is already included. So in that case we have to remove it from this array, right? For that, let's add updated likes equal to this current likes dot filter, and in this filter we have to create one arrow function, and here we'll get the individual user, and after that we'll add the user not equal to this user ID string. So it will filter out this particular user, and after that we'll add the message here, and in this message let's add creation unliked. It means this particular user's ID is already available in this likes array, then it will be removed. Correct. Now we'll add the else statement. Suppose this user ID is not available in this array, then we have to add this user ID in that particular array. So let's add updated likes equal to array and provide the spread operator current likes, and in this one we'll add the user ID string. So this will be added there. After that we'll add the message variable, and in this one let's set the message called creation liked. That's it. Now let's add the formatted array here. So we'll add const formatted array equal to backticks curly braces and provide $sign curly braces, and provide the updated likes dot join, and in this one let's add one comma. That's it. After that we have to update this data in the database. For that we will use the SQL query. So let me remove it, and here we'll add await SQL backticks and provide update creations. Here we are using update creations, and then we'll add the set likes equal to, and here we'll add $sign curly braces, provide the formatted array, then double colon text and square bracket, then we'll add the where ID equal to, and then provide $sign curly braces, provide this ID, that is the creation ID. So it will update the likes data in this particular creation. Correct. After that we can send the response. So in this response we'll add success true, and after that we'll send this message. So simply add this message here. So it will either display creation liked or creation unliked. That's it. So we have added the toggler function. Using that we can like or unlike any creation. Next we have to create the API endpoint using these functions. So let's come here in this sidebar, and here we have the routes folder. So in this one we'll create one more route. So let's create a new file and write the file name user routes.js. Now in this user routes file. We have to import express from the express package, and using this express we have to create one router. So we'll add const user router equal to express dot router. Now in this router we have to create different API endpoints. So just use this user router dot get method, and here we have to add the path. So let's add the path, that is get user creations, and then we'll add the middleware called auth, and after that we'll add the controller function get user creations. So you can see this function has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js, and in this one also we'll add auth.js. That's it. Now we have created one API endpoint. Now let me just duplicate it, and here we'll add the path, that is get published creations. So let's add it here, get published creations, and after that let's add the function name get published creations. Now duplicate this, and here we'll update the path. It will be toggle like creation, and here we'll add the function toggle like creation. That's it. Next we have to export this router from here. So here we'll add export default and provide this user router. That's it. Next we have to add this user router in the main file, that is our server.js file. So let me open the server.js file, and in this one scroll down. Here we have added one AI router, and after that we'll add the user router. So let me just copy and paste it here, and in this one we'll add the path, that is /API/user, and then let's add the router name, that is user router. Let's click on this suggestion. So you can see the user router has been imported from the user routes.js file. So here we have added this user router. After that let me just come back to the previous page, that is user routes.js file. In this one you can see we have added the get method for all the routes, right? But in the last one we'll add post. Just correct this one, because in this one we have to send the creation ID from the body. That's why we have added the post method here. And in these two API we don't have to send anything from the body. That's why we are using the get method. Now we have created all the APIs for our AI SaaS application. Next we will link these APIs with our front end so that we can create a fully functional AI SaaS application. But before connecting these API with our front end, let me just come back to the web browser and open our front end, and let's explore all the features that is currently working. So you can see here we have the home page, and here we have added the user authentication using Clerk. Correct? We can sign in or sign out from this account. We can manage the account. We can check the billings, and we can subscribe for the premium plan. Correct? Here we have the price table from where we can subscribe the plan. And after that, here we have one more advanced feature from the Clerk. You can see if I come to this Clerk dashboard, then come to this user. Here if I click on this three dot, you can see here we have one add-on called impersonate user. So here we have the user impersonation feature. Using that we can sign in into any other's user profile. In our application we have created multiple features for AI to generate the article, to remove the background image, and we have the authentication, right? Suppose a user face any issue in the application or find any bug, then admin can log in with the user's account without sharing the credentials to debug the features. So to test it, let me just come back to the web browser and log out from this account. I'll click on sign out. Now we are logged out. And after that, let's come here in this Clerk dashboard and come to this user, and here we'll click on this impersonate user. Then click OK. So after that, you can see the admin can log in with any user's account. You can see here we have the icon that display that we have signed in the particular user account. You can see here we have the message signed in as GreatStack. Correct. Now we can test all the tools after signing here, and we can debug all the tools. Correct. After that, let me click on this button, start creating now. It is opening this dashboard from where the users can explore all the AI features. Correct. Now let me sign out from here. I'll just click on this sign out button or link to sign out from this account. That's it. Now let me sign in as a regular user. Just click on this button, sign in with Google. Now I am signed in, and here we have the premium plan, right? Now let me integrate my backend APIs with this front end. So let's come here in this one, and here first integrate the write article API so that we can generate the article by adding the prompt. To connect the API in this write article page, let me just come back to the VS Code. And here we will close all these files. So right click and select close saved. And let's collapse this server folder, and now you can see we have the client and server folder, right? So now we will expand the client folder, and in this client let's open .env file, and in this one we have to add the backend URL. So here we'll create one environment variable called base URL, and we have created this project using Vite. That's why here we'll add Vite underscore base underscore URL equal to, and provide the backend link. So our backend is running at localhost port 3000. So here we'll add localhost colon 3000. This is the backend URL. Now on this backend URL we can make the API call. That's why we have added the base URL in this .env file. After that, here we have to add some new package. To make the API call, we will use Axios. So let's add a new package here. For that we will open the terminal, and you can see this is the backend terminal where the server is running at 3000 port number. Now let's switch to the previous terminal. So this is the front-end terminal, and in this one the project is running. So we have to stop it using Ctrl+C, and after that let's add npm install and write the package name Axios. So it will install this Axios package. Now in this front end we will display some notifications also. For that we are going to use the React hot toast so that we can display the toast notifications. So let's add one more package. So we'll add npm install and write the package name React hot toast. Press enter. So we have installed the Axios and React hot toast. After that we'll start the project using npm run dev. So it will start the front end. So you can see the front end is running at this localhost 5173. Now we can hide it. After that we have to configure the React hot toast in our main file, that is the app file. So let's open src and then open app.jsx. In this one let's add import. Let's import the toaster, and we will import it from the React hot toast package. Correct. And after that let's add this toaster tag in this return statement. So after this div, before this routes tag, we'll add opening arrow toaster and close this tag. So we have mounted the toaster tag here in the app file. Now we can display the toast notification in any page or component. Now here you can see we have added this statement to display the token in the console. So now we can remove it. We can remove this one. We have added it just for the testing our APIs using the token. So we have removed it. After that, let's come here in the write article page. So here we have the pages, and let's open write article.jsx file. Now in this one we have to add the functionality, right? So here first we need the backend URL so that we can make the API call. So here let's add Axios. We have to import it. So we'll add the import statement. Import Axios from the Axios package, and after that let's add Axios dot defaults dot base URL equal to import dot meta dot env dot, and write the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. Just copy and paste it here. So now we have the backend URL added in the Axios base URL. So now we don't need to provide the URL in the Axios API call. We will simply provide the path. Correct. After that, here you can see we have the selected length for the article. We have the input where we will get the prompt to generate the article, right? After that, here we'll create some other state. So here let's add const, provide the state variable name called loading. Then we'll add the setter function set loading. It will take some time to generate the content. That's why we are creating the loading state. After that, we'll add the use state, and we will initialize it using false. So by default, the loading state will be false. After that, we'll add one more state variable that will be content, right? It will be the AI generated article, right? So just add const content, and the setter function name is set content equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string. That's it. Now in this one we need the token also to authenticate the API request. So here let's add const curly braces, and we will get the value from the use auth. Let's click here to import the use auth function from @Clerk React. Now from this use auth we will get the get token function. Here we have to correct it. It will be const. So we have added const get token, and we will get it from the use auth, correct? After that, using this get token, we can get the token to provide in the API request. Now let's come to this on submit handler function. So this function will be executed when we submit the data using the form. So here in this one we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block first we'll set the loading true. So just add set loading, and let's make it true. After that we have to add the prompt. So just add const, let's add prompt equal to, we will add the backticks, and here let's add the message, that is write an article about, and here we have to provide the input data. So just add the input state. After that we'll add in, and here we'll add the length. So just add $ curly braces and provide the selected length dot text. So it will create the prompt like write an article for the particular topic in 1000 words or 100 words, like that. After making this prompt, we can make the API call. So let's come here in the next line, and here we'll add const curly braces data. We will extract the data from the API response, and here we'll add await Axios dot post method, and in this one we have to provide the API path. So let's add slash and provide the /API /AI /generate article. So this is the path of our API to generate the article. After that, we'll add comma and provide one object, and in this one we have to provide the prompt and length. So just add the prompt here, and after that we'll provide the length. So in this length we will get the selected length dot length property. Then we'll add one more object here after this comma, and in this object we have to add the authorization to authorize this API request. So in this object we'll add the headers, and in this headers we'll add one object where we'll add the authorization property, and in this authorization property we'll add backticks. Here we'll add the bearer, a space, then add $ curly braces, provide the await, and use this get token function. That's it. So using this get token function, we'll get the token here, and it will make the API call, and we'll get the response from the API. That will be this data, right? So now we have to check this response. Here we'll add the if statement, and let's add if the data dot success property is true. So in that case we will add the setter function set content, and in this one provide the data dot content. Correct. Now we'll add the else statement also. So in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast. Just click here to import the toast from the React hot toast, and after that let's add dot error, and here we'll add the data dot message property. So it will display the message that we will receive from the API. After that, let's come to this catch block. So in this catch block also we have to display the notification. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add the error dot message like this. And after this catch block, at the end we'll add the setter function set loading, and let's make it false. So after executing all this code, it will set the loading false. Correct. Now what will happen when we will enter the data here? Let me reload this web page. When we'll enter the article topic and choose the article length and click on this button, it will submit this form, right? And after that we will get the response that will get stored in this content state variable, right? So we have to display this content in the right side over here. So to display it, just come back and scroll down. Here we have the right column, correct? So in this one you can see here we have the title. So this title will be there, and after that we have this div. So in this div you can see we have added the icon, and then we have this text. So it will be displayed until the content is not generated. So here we have to add the ternary operator. So let's add the curly braces here. We'll add not of content, correct? And after that we'll add question mark. So when the content is not generated, then we'll add this parenthesis, and after that we'll add the colon, and here we'll add another parenthesis like this. Now in this first one, let's move this div. So if the content is not generated, then this div will be mounted, correct? Now suppose the content is available. So in that case, let's come to this second parenthesis, and here let's create a div. And in this one, let's add some classes. So just add the class name property here and provide the margin. From the top we'll add the height, then overflow by scroll, then text will be small and text slate 600. This is the text color. Now in this one, let's add a div. So in this div we have to display our content. So let's add curly braces and provide the content like this. Now after adding it, we can check our functionality, but before that let me just come here. Here we have this button. So we have to disable this button until the loading is true. It means when we submit this form and the AI will take some time to generate the article, until that we will disable this button, and once the content is generated, again we will enable the button. So here let's add one new property, disabled, and here we'll add equal to curly braces loading, right? And we'll update the content also, that is the button text here. So in this one, let's add curly braces, then we'll add the loading state question mark when the loading is true. So in that case, here we'll add the span. Let's add the span tag, and in this span tag we have to add some classes. So just add the class name and provide these classes like this. And after that, suppose the loading is false, so in that case here we'll add colon and provide this edit icon. Let's add it here. Correct. Now let's save the changes and open the web page, and here we'll add one topic to generate the article. So let me write one topic here, use of AI in automobile industry, and let's select the article length medium and click on this generate article button. So you can see we have the loading animation in this button, and this button is disabled and it is generating the article using AI. So just wait for it. So now you can see the article has been generated, and you can see this article in the right side like this. Now we have to structure this content. You can see here we have the hashtag, then we have the stars, right? So we have to align it in different paragraphs, then we'll display it in the ordered or unordered list. We will add the bold text, normal text, right? So to format it, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will use the React Markdown that we have already installed. We have installed this package. If I open this package.json, here you can see we have the React Markdown package installed, right? So we will use this package to structure our response. So here let's come to this div, and in this one let's add the markdown tag. So let's add markdown from the React Markdown, and let's add the closing tag also, and within this we will provide this content. Correct. Now for this content we have to disable the tailwind classes. For that, you can see we have already added this custom class name in this index.css file. You can see the class name reset tw, right? So let's come here, and in this one we'll add the class name and provide reset tw, that is tailwind. Now save the changes and open the web page, and here you can see this article is written in a structured format. Now it is looking good. So we have completed the article generation feature of this AI application, and it is working fine. Now let's create the second feature. So I'll click on this block titles, and here we have to add the API to enable this AI title generator feature. So let's come back here in this VS Code, then open the sidebar, and in this one you can see we have the pages, and in this pages we have the block titles.jsx file. So in this one again we need the base URL to make the API call. So let me just copy it from the previous file. Let's copy from here and paste it here, right? Now in this one also we need the toast notification. So let's add import toast from the React Hot Toast, and in this one we will use the markdown also. So let's import the markdown from React Markdown. Correct. After that you can see here we have the state variables, that is selected category, and then we have the input. Next we'll create the other state variable like loading, and we'll add content, and we'll get the token also. So let's copy it from the previous file. So here you can see we have added loading state, then content and token. Just copy and paste it here. Now in this one we have added the loading state and setter function set loading, then content and set content, and after that we have the get token, and we'll get it from the use auth. So now let's import this use auth. So you can see the use auth has been imported from this Clerk right here. Now after that we'll come to this on submit handler function. In this one we'll add the try catch block. Now in this try block we'll set the loading true. So simply add set loading true. You can see in the previous one also we have added set loading true. After that we have to add the prompt. So here we'll add const prompt, and we'll add the backticks. Then we'll add the text here. So let's add generate a block title for the keyword, and here we have to provide the keyword from our input field. So just add $ curly braces and input. Correct. Now we have to set the category for this title. So we'll add the text called in the category and provide the selected category. So just add $ curly braces and provide selected category. So now we have the prompt. So now we can make the API call. So here we'll add const data equal to await, and here we'll use the Axios package. You can see here we have added Axios, so we have to import the Axios here. So let's add import Axios from the Axios package. Right, now let's come here. Here we'll add Axios dot post method, and in this one provide the API path. It will be /API /AI /generate block title. Now let's add the comma here and provide the prompt. So just add the prompt here. After that we'll add the comma and another object. In this one we have to add the authorization. So just add headers, and in this headers we'll add one object, and here just add the authorization property, and it will be backticks bearer. Let's add $ curly braces and then write await, and here we will use the get token function. So it will make the API call, and after that we have to check the response. So let's add if statement if the data.success property is true. So in that case we will use the setter function set content and provide the data.content. Now let's add the else statement also, and in this else statement we have to display the toast notification. So just add toast.error and provide the data.message, that will be message from API response. Now just copy this toast notification, paste it in the catch block, and here we'll add error.message. Right, after that we have to set the loading false. So just add the set loading and make it false. That's it. So we have added the functionality in this form. Now we have to display the generated text in the right side. Correct. So let me just come back, scroll down, and here we have the first column, and in this first column you can see we have a button. So in this button let's add the disabled property equal to this loading state, and after that let's come here. Here we'll add curly braces, loading question mark, and add the span tag. And suppose the loading is false, then we'll add this icon. So let's add this icon here. Now in this span tag we have to add the classes that we have added in the previous file. So let's add this class name here to add the animation. Correct. So this will disable the button and add the animation in the button text. After that let's come to this second div. So in this one, here we have this div. So before that, we'll add curly braces and add ternary operator. We'll add not of content question mark. Then we'll add this parenthesis and colon and add another parenthesis like this. Now in this first one, we will place this div. So just move this div here. Correct. Now suppose this content is available. So in that case, just come to this second div. And in this one, again, we will copy the same thing from here. Let me just copy from the previous file. Let's copy and paste it here like this. So here we have added the div where we have added margin from top, height full, overflow y scroll, text small and text slate 600. Then we have added reset tailwind to remove the tailwind classes and markdown and provided this content. And we have to import this markdown. I think we have already imported. Let me check it. Here we have imported the markdown. So now let's save the changes and come back here. And here we need to enter the keyword. Then we will choose the category and according to that it will generate the blog title. So let's test it. So let me add the keyword here. I'll add React.js and select the technology category and click on this generate title button. So you can see this loading animation here and it is generating the titles. So you can see here are some beginner friendly titles, right? You can see the response in the right side. Now let me create the title in another category. I'll choose this education category and then click again. So it will again generate a new content. So let's wait for it. You can see the new titles are generated. Correct. So this AI title generator is also working fine. Now we'll create the next feature, that is generate images. So let's come here in this page. So we have to add the API in this form that is in the left side, and in the right side we will display the generated image. So let's come back to the VS Code and we will open this sidebar, and from here we will open this page called generateimages.jsx. Now in this one also we need the Axios for making the API call. So let's add the import statement. So let me just copy from the previous file. Let me just copy this Axios, paste it here. Import Axios from the Axios package. After that, in this one we have to add the base URL. So just copy and paste it here. So we have added the base URL, that is the backend URL. After that, here you can see we have the input state and publish state, and here we have the selected style. Now after that, let's add other states also, like loading and content. So let me just copy from the previous file. We'll copy this and copy this token also. Just copy and paste it here. So we have added loading, set loading, and content, set content. Right? Then we have this get token and we will get it from the use auth. So let's import the use auth from Clerk. Correct? Now let's come to this onSubmit handler function and add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will set the loading true. So let's add the setter function set loading true, and then we will make the API call, and for this API call we have to generate a prompt. So first let's add a prompt here. So we'll add const prompt equal to backticks, and we'll add the text here called generate an image of, and then we'll add the input text. So simply add $sign curly braces and provide the input state. Then we'll add the style here. So just add the message in the style, and here let's add the selected style. So we'll add the selected style here. That's it. Now after that we will make the API call. So let me just copy from previous file. We'll copy this if else statement also, paste it here. Now in this one, we have to update the API path. So it will be /API/AI/generate_image. Then we will provide the prompt, and with this prompt we'll also provide the publish a state. Then we have the headers, and in this headers we have the authorization, bearer and get token. So it will authorize the API request. After that we'll check the response data using data.success. If it is true, then we'll use the setter function to set the content in this content state. And after that we'll display the toast notification here. So just import the toast, just add toast to import it from the React hot toast. And after that, let's come to this catch block. So in this one we'll paste this toast notification, and here we'll add error.message. Correct. After that, here we'll add the setter function set loading, and let's make it false. Correct. Now let's come here in this submit button. So here we have the submit button. In this one we'll add disabled, and it will be loading. Correct. And after that, let's come here in this button, and here we have to add the curly braces, then write loading. If loading is true, then we'll add the span, and if the loading is false, then we'll add this image. So let's provide this image here like this. Now in this span we'll add the classes to create the loading animation. So in this one we'll add the same classes that we have added in the previous file. So we have added it here. That's it. Now after that, let's come to this second div, that is the right side. In the right side we have this title, it will be there, and then we have this div that display this message. So here let's add curly braces, not of content. So if the content is not generated, so in that case we can display this div. So let's provide this div here, and when the content is generated, here we'll add the colon, and here let's add another div. So let's add a div here. Then in this one we have to add the image, because in the response we'll get the image URL, right? So just add the img tag. In this src, let's add curly braces content, and then we'll add the alt property, it will be image, and for this image we'll add the class name also, and here we'll add the width and height, that will be full. And for this parent div we'll add the class name property and provide the height full, and we'll add the margin from the top. That's it. Save the changes, and now we can test this feature. So let's come back to the web page. Now you can see we are in this generate image page, and you can see at the bottom we are in the premium plan. So this feature is only available for premium subscription, right? So right now we are in the premium plan, so we can generate the image. So here let me add the prompt to generate the image. So here we'll write a cat playing with car, and after that let's select any style. So I'll select this 3D style, and I will make it public. So I'll toggle this one, so it will be public, and let's click on this generate image button. So you can see the loading animation in this button. It is generating the image, and after generating the image it will be displayed in the right side. So just wait for this response. So now you can see our image has been generated, and you can see here we have an image where a cat is playing with a car, and here we have the 3D style image. So this API is also working fine. Now let me try to test this feature for the regular user. So here we have another account. Let me open my another account. You can see at the bottom we are in the free plan, right? And whenever we are in the free plan, and here if I add the prompt a cat playing with lights, and let's select the style, anime style, and make it public and click on this generate image. So you can see here we have the loading animation, and then we are getting the notification. This feature is only available for premium subscriptions, right? So when we are in the free plan, we cannot generate this image. This is the premium feature. And if we have the premium plan, then let's add this prompt here and select the style, anime style, and click on this button. So now it will generate another image. Just wait for this response. So you can see our image has been generated. This is the animated style image, and you can see the cat is playing with lights. So this feature is working fine. Now we have to create the next feature. So let me just click on this remove background. So it will open this remove background page, and here we have to upload one image, and then we will click on this button. So it will remove the background from this image. So to create this feature, let's just come back here in this VS Code, and let's open this sidebar and open the remove background.jsx file. Now in this one also we need to call the API. So we will import the Axios package. So let's add import Axios from Axios. After that we need the base URL, that is the backend URL. So let me just copy from the previous file, copy and paste it here. So here we have added axios.defaults.base URL. So now we have the base URL in the Axios so that we can make the API call. After that, here you can see we have the input state. So in this input we will get the uploaded image, right? After that we have to create some other state variable. So let's just copy from here. We will create the loading state, content and get token. So let's copy and paste it here after this input. Now we have to import this use auth. So let's add use auth from Clerk. It has been imported. After that we can make the API call in this onSubmit handler function. So here let's add the try catch block. Now in this try block we have to add the code. So we'll copy it from the previous file. Let's copy everything from this try block. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So in this one, first we will set the loading true, correct? After that we have to add the form data, and in this form data we have to send the uploaded image. So let me remove this prompt from here, and here let's add const. Let's add the form data equal to new, and we will add form data. And here let's add the input data in this form, that is the form data. So we'll use this form data dot append method, and in this one let's add the property name. So the property name will be image, and after that we have to provide the image from here that is available in this input. So just copy and paste it here. So in this form data we have added the input, right? After that here we have to make the API call. So here we'll add await axios.post and provide the path. So the path will be /API/AI/remove image background, correct? After that, at this API endpoint we have to provide this form data. So let me just remove this object from here, and here we will provide this form data that contains our uploaded image, right? And after that we will provide this headers, authorization and token to authorize this API request. After that we will check the response. If the data.success is true, then we will set the content using data.content, and if we get any error we will display the notification. So let's import this toast. So just add this toast here, so it will get imported. Now we'll add the toast notification in the catch block. So just copy and paste it here, and here we'll add error.message, and after this catch block we will set the loading false. So just add set loading and make it false. That's it. Now let's come here, and here we will update this button text. So in this button we'll add disabled property, and it will be curly braces, loading. After that, here we'll add curly braces and provide the loading state, question mark. If the loading is true, then we have to add the span tag so that we can display the loading animation. And when it is false, so in that case, we can provide this eraser image, correct? Now in this span tag, we have to add the classes so that we can create the loading animation. So we'll add the same class name here. That's it. Let me remove this space. Now we have to display the processed image in the right side. So scroll down and here we have this div where we have to display the processed image. So here let's add curly braces. Let's add not of content. So when the content is not available, so in that case we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one we will provide this div. And when we have the content, it means we got the response. So in that case we'll add colon and provide this parenthesis, and here we have to display the image. So simply add the img tag. Now in this image tag, let's add curly braces and provide the content that will be the URL, right? And after that, in this alt property, we will add the image, and then we'll add the class name here for this image. So here we have to add the margin from the top, and we will set the width and height, that is full. Now let's save the changes and come back here. Now we can upload any image here. So let me choose one image from our folder. So let me choose this image. Let me show you this image first. So this is the image. You can see in the background we have some tree and we have cars, right? So we have to remove the background of this image. We will choose this image and click on this button, remove background. Now you can see the loading animation here. Here you can see we are getting the message, cannot read property of undefined reading path. So let me correct it. To fix this issue, we will just come back to the VS Code. And let's come to this sidebar, and here we will open this server folder. In this server folder, we have the controllers folder, and here we have AI controller.js file where we have created the function to remove the image background, right? And in this one you can see we are getting the image from request.file. So by mistake we have added curly braces here, so just remove it. We will simply get the image from request.file. Now let's save the changes. So it will automatically restart the backend, correct? Now let's close this file and close this client and close this server directory also. And now let me just come back here and upload the image again. We'll upload this image and click on this remove background button. Now you can see the loading animation, and after processing you can see our image is displayed in the right side, and in this image you can see the background has been removed. So it is working fine. Let me try with another image. I'll choose one image here. Let me choose another image. I'll show you this image first. So you can see here we have this image, and in this background you can see we have some buildings, right? So let me just upload this image and click on this remove background button. So now you can see the processed image in the right side, and in this image you can see the background has been removed. So this AI feature is working fine, right? Now let me come to this new page, that is remove object. Let me choose this, and now we are on the remove object page. Here we have to add the API so that we can upload the image and we can describe the object to be removed from the image, and click on this button. Then it will process the image and it will remove the particular object from that image. So to add this functionality in this page, let me just come back to the VS Code. And let's come to this client folder, src pages, and in this pages we have this remove object.jsx file. So in this file again we have to make the API call. So let me just copy the statement from the previous file. We will copy the Axios import. Let's copy and paste it here. We will import the Axios and let's copy this default URL. So here we'll add Axios defaults.base URL equal to import, and we will import the base URL from the environment variable. Correct. After that, here you can see we have two state variables, that is input and this particular object, to be removed from the image. Next we'll add other state variables also. So let's just copy from here. We will copy the loading, content and get token. Let's copy and paste it here. So here we have the loading state, content and get token. Let's import this use auth. So just click on this suggestion. So use auth has been imported from the React. Correct. And after that we can make the API call. So let's come to this onSubmit handler function, and here we'll add the try catch block. Correct. Now let me just copy the data from the previous file. So here you can see we have the try block. Let me just copy the code from this try block. Let's copy and paste it here. Now in this try block you can see first we'll set the loading true. It is correct. After that we have to get the object, right? So here let's add the if statement. After setting the loading, we'll add if this object dot split, and we will split using this empty space. Then we'll add dot length, and if the length is greater than 1. So in that case we will send the notification. So just add return, and here we'll add the toast. So let's import this toast, and here let's add the message, that is please enter only one object name. So if you add multiple object name, then you will see this notification. Correct. Now suppose you have only one object in the description, then we can send this object data as a form data. So here we have created a form data using new form data. After that, here we have added form data.append. We will append the image using this image property and then provide the input, because we will select the image. And after that we have to provide the object name also. So let's duplicate this line, and in this one we'll add the property name, that is object, and here we'll add value, it will be object. You can see we are getting this object from this object state. Correct. And here we have this object. Now let's come here. After creating this form data, we have to send this form data on API. So let's add axios.post and provide the API endpoint. So let's add the path, that is remove image object. So this is the API path. Then we'll send the form data, and then we'll add the headers. Then in this headers we have added authorization to authorize this API request. After that we'll check the response using data.success. If it is true, then we'll set the content using data.content. And if we get any error, we'll add toast.error. It will be data.message. Now let's copy this toast notification in the catch block also, and here we'll add error.message. After that we have to set the loading false. So just add set loading and make it false. So we have added the function that will upload the image, and we will enter the object name that will be removed from the image. So after creating this function, let's come here, and in this one we have to disable this button. So in this button we'll add disabled property and provide loading. Then before this icon we'll add curly braces and provide the loading. And if the loading is true, in that case we have to display the loading animation. So we'll add the span tag. And if the loading is false, then we can simply display this icon. So let's add this icon here. Now in this span tag we'll add the same classes that we have added in the previous file. So we'll add this class name. After that, scroll down and come here in the right column. In the right column, here we have this div. So let's add the curly braces before this div, and here we'll add not of content. So when the content is not available, In that case, let's add this parenthesis, and when the content is available, in that case we'll add this another parenthesis. So in the first one we will move this div. So let's move it here. Correct. Now let's come to the second parenthesis, and in this one we will simply display the processed image. So just add the img tag src and it will be content. And after that, in the alt property we will simply add the image, and then we'll add the class name here, and in this class name we will add the margin and width and height. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let's open the web page. So now we have added the functionality in this object removal page. So let me try it. I'll choose one image. Let me click here and let me choose the same image. Let me show you again. So in this image you can see this boy has this bag and they have one watch also. So let me choose this image, and after that let me add the object name. So I will add the object name watch. Then click on this button, remove object. You can see the same message, cannot read property of undefined reading path. So let me just correct it. I'll just come back here in VS Code, open the sidebar, then come to server and this controllers folder, AI controller, and come to this remove image object function. Here also you can see we have added the curly braces for this image. So let me remove it. We will simply add image. That's it. Now save the changes. Again come back here and choose the image, write the object name watch and click on this button. So you can see the loading animation in this button. It is processing the image, and let's wait for the response. So now you can see the image has been generated, and in this image you can see the wristwatch has been removed from this image. So it can easily remove the object from this image, right? Now let me add the image again. We'll choose the same image, and in this one let me write bag. Click on this button. Now you can see the processed image here, and in this image the bag has been removed. So this remove object API is successfully working. Correct. Now let's come to the next feature. So I'll click here, review resume, and in this one we have to add the functionality so that we can upload any PDF file, and so it will analyze the resume and we'll see the analysis of this resume, right? So let's come back here in this VS Code and let me check this function here, that is the controller function. It is correct. So let's close this file and come here in the client folder, and here we will open review resume.jsx file. Correct. Now in this one again we have to make the API call. So here also we will import the Axios from the Axios package. After that we will import the base URL and we will add it in the Axios. So here let's add Axios defaults base URL equal to this wheat base URL from the environment variable. Correct. After that here we have the input. In this input we will get the file, right? Now here we'll add some other state variables also. So let me just copy from the previous file. Let's just copy the loading state, content and token. Let's copy and paste it here. So here we have the loading state, then content, and here we have the token. Let's import the use auth. So it will get imported from the Clerk, right? Now let's come here in this onSubmit handler function, and here we'll add the try catch statement. Correct. Now in this try block we have to add the same code. So let me just copy from the previous file. We'll copy the entire code from this try block and paste it here. Now in this try block, first we'll set the loading true. After that, let me just remove this, and here we will simply create the form data equal to new form data, and in this one we have to add the resume. So simply add form data.append resume, and it will be this input. Now let me remove this second line. So we have added the resume in the form data, and we will send this form data in the API request. So here let's add the API path. So we'll add /API/AI/resume review. Then we have provided the form data and authorization. After that, we will check the response. So if the data.success is true, then we will set the content using this data.content. And if we get any error, then we will display the toast notification using this toast.error. Let me import this toast. Let's click here. So the toast will be imported from the React hot toast. After that, let's come here in the catch block, and in this catch block, we'll paste this toast notification, and it will be error.message. And after this catch block, we will set the loading false. So just add set loading, and let's make it false. That's it. After that, let's come here in this button. So in this button, let's add curly braces and provide loading. So when the loading state is true, then we have to display the loading animation. So simply add the span tag, and when the loading is false, so in that case, we can display this icon. Let's move this icon here. Now in this span tag, we'll add the classes to create the animation. So we have added the same classes. Now let's come here in this second column, and in this second column, we have this div that display this message, right? So let's wrap it in the curly braces, and here we have to add not of content question mark. So if the content is not available, so in that case we can display this div. So let's move this div here, and suppose the content is available, it means we have the response from the AI. So in that case we will display the response here. So here let's add a div. Now in this div, let's add the same classes. We have already added it in the previous pages. So we'll add the classes here, and after that we'll add one div. In this div, we will add the markdown tag. So just add opening arrow markdown from React Markdown. It will get imported, and within this we will display our content like this. And for this one, we have to disable the tailwind classes. So just add the class name property and provide the reset TW. That's it. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here, let me choose one resume. I'll choose the PDF file. So I'll click here and upload this PDF, that is the sample resume. Let's select it and then click on this button, review resume. So after that, you can see the loading animation, and let's wait for the response from the AI. So here you can see in the right side, we have the analysis of the uploaded resume. Here we have the complete analysis. What are the overall impression, strengths of this resume, weaknesses, and then we have the areas of improvement and specific suggestions. So here we have the detailed analysis of this resume. So this AI feature is also working fine. We can analyze the resume after uploading here using the AI. Now let's create the another feature. I'll come here in this community page, and here we have to display the creations that are public, right? Here we have the dummy data. So we will remove this data and we will display the public creations. So let me just come back here in the VS Code, open the sidebar, and here you can see we have the community.jsx file. Now scroll up, and here we have to make the API call. So simply import the Axios here. So just add import Axios from the Axios package, and in this Axios we have to add the base URL. So let's add the same code, axios.defaults.base URL equal to import. We will import the wheat base URL from the environment variable. Correct. Now let's come here, and in this one you can see we have the creations and initialized this creations using empty array. Then we have the user data from this use user. After that, we need one new state variable, that is loading. So simply add loading, set loading, and initialize it using true. So by default the loading will be true. Correct. And after that, here we need the token to make the API call. So here we'll add const curly braces get token equal to use auth, and use auth will get imported from the Clerk. And after that, here you can see we have the function that will fetch the creations data. So here we have added the dummy data from the assets, so just remove it. And in this one we'll make the API call. So first we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block let's add const, then we'll add curly braces data equal to, and here we'll add await, provide the axios dot get method, and in this one we have to add the API path. So it will be /API/user/get published creations. Correct. After that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the object. In this object we have to add the headers property, and in this headers simply add the object and provide the authorization property, and in this authorization we'll add the bearer, and then we'll add the $ curly braces await get token. So it will authorize the API request, and after that we will check the response. So just add the if statement if the data.success is true. So in that case we'll use the setter function, that is set creations, and in this one we will provide data.creations, and if the data.success is false, so we'll add the else statement here, and in this else statement we will display the toast notification. So let's add toast.error, and in this one simply provide data.message, so it will display the message that we will receive from the API. Now just copy this, paste it in this catch block, and here we'll add error.message, and at the end we will set the loading false. So just add set loading and make it false. So by default the loading is true whenever the component gets loaded, and once we will fetch the data, then we will disable the loading, right? After that let's save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have the created images, and these images are coming from the database, right? Next we have to add the functionality to like these creations, correct? So for adding the like feature, let me just come back here, and here we'll add one more function. So let's add const, we'll add the function name image like toggle, and create the async function, and in this function we'll get the ID as a parameter. Now here we have to make the API call, so we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So let me just copy this statement from here and paste it here. So here we'll add await. To use this await, here we have to add async, so just add async here. Now we'll add const data equal to await axios dot post. Here we will use the post method because at this API we have to send the creation ID. After that we'll add /API/user/toggle like creation, like this. After that we have to send the creation ID, so here we'll add curly braces and provide the ID, then comma, and after that we will provide the authorization token. It is correct. Now after that we have to check the response, so let's add if the data.success property is true. In that case we will use the toast notification, so just add toast.success, and in this one we will add the message that we will receive from the API response, so simply add data.message, and after that we'll add await, and here we will again call that function, that is fetch creations. So it will refresh the creations data so that it will display the like. After that here we'll add the else statement also, and in this else statement simply add the toast notification. So just copy this, paste it here, and in this one we will update this type. It will be toast.error. it will be data.message. Now just copy this notification and paste it in the catch block also, and here we'll add toast.error, it will be error.message. That's it. So we have created the function. Using that we can like or unlike any creation. Now we have to link this function with our element. So let's come here. In this one you can see here we have the div. In this div we have the text where it will display the likes, right? And then we have the heart icon. So on this heart icon we have to add the onClick property. So let's add space and provide onClick. Now in this one we'll add the arrow function, and after that let's add this function, that is image like toggle, and here we have to provide the ID. So simply add the creation dot ID. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and now let's come to the web page. If I click on this icon, you can see we are getting the message updated likes.json is not a function. So let me correct it. Let me just come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar and open this server folder and open controllers and user controller.js file. In this one you can see we have added the controller function for like toggle, right? And in this one you can see we have added updated likes.json. So let me correct it. It will be updated likes.join. By mistake we have added JSON, so it will be updated likes.join. Now save the changes, so it will automatically restart the backend. Now just close this file and we'll open the web page. And now if I click on this heart icon, here you can see the notification creation liked, and after like you can see here we have the red color of heart icon, and here we have the number. You can see the total number of likes is 1, so it is updating the like data. Correct. Now let me add one more thing here. We'll come back in this community.jsx file, and here we will mount these element whenever the loading is false, right? So in this one, let's come here in this return, and here we'll add not of loading question mark, right? So when the loading is false, then only we will display this div. Correct. So now let's come here at the bottom. After closing of this parenthesis, we'll add colon and provide this parenthesis. So when the loading is true, so in that case we will add another div. Now in this div we have to add the loading animation. So just add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the classes to create the loading animation. So just add the class name and provide these classes, and let's add the classes in this parent div also. So here we'll add this class name flex, justify center, item center, and height full. So this span will be displayed in the center and it will be a loading animation. Now just save the changes and open the web page. And let me refresh this web page. So here you can see the loading animation, and after loading the creations data, it will display it here. Correct. Now let me click on this second heart icon in the second creation image. You can see creation liked, and after that here we have the red color of heart icon, and if I click again it will unlike this one. Let's click again. So you can see creation unliked, and here you can see the plain heart icon. So it is working fine. After that we have to add the functionality in our dashboard page. Let me just click here on this dashboard. So here you can see we have the dummy data. So we will add the real data from database. For that we will integrate our backend API in this dashboard. So just come back here in this VS Code and let's open the dashboard.jsx file. Now in this one also we have to make the API call. So first we will import the Axios package. So here we'll add import Axios from the Axios package, and after that let's add the Axios.defaults dot base URL. It will be import dot meta dot env and provide this environment variable where we have added the backend URL. Correct. Now after that, here you can see we have the creations state. Next we will add other state also. So here we will add const loading, and the setter function name is set loading equal to use state, and by default we will set the loading true. So let's add true. So it will initialize this loading state variable with true. After that we need the token. So we'll add const curly braces get token, and let's get it from the use auth and import this use auth from the Clerk. Correct. And after that, let's come here in this get dashboard data function, and in this one you can see we are adding the dummy data, so just remove it. And after that, here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we have to make the API call. So let's add const data equal to await, and here we will add the axios dot get method, and in this one we will add the API endpoint. So simply add the path, that is /API/user/get user creations. After that we'll add the comma and we'll add curly braces, and here we have to add the headers, and in this headers we'll add the another object where we'll add the authorization property, and in this authorization property we have to add the token. So we'll add bearer $ curly braces and provide the await get token function. So it will add the token in this request. After that we have to check the response. So simply add if the data.success property is true. In that case we will set the creations. So just use this setter function set creations, and here let's provide data.creations. Right. And after that we'll add the else statement here, and here let's add toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we'll add the error message that we'll receive from the API request. So just add data dot message. Now just copy this notification and paste it in the catch block, and here let's add toast dot error. It will be error dot message, and after that here we'll use the setter function set loading, and let's set the loading false. That's it. Now let's come here in this use effect, and in this use effect we can see we have already called this get dashboard data. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will fetch the dashboard data. Right. Now let's come here. You can see here we are displaying the creations.length. It is correct. So it will display total number of creations, and after that here we are displaying the premium plan or free plan. Correct. So it will display the current active plan. After that let's come here, and in this one you can see here we have added creations.map, and here in this one we have the creation item component where we will provide the item ID and provide the particular item. Right. Now we have to add the ternary operator here, so that whenever the loading is true, in that case it will display a loading animation. Correct. And whenever we will receive the creation data from the API, then the loading animation will be removed and this div will be displayed. Correct. So before this one, let's add curly braces, and here we'll add the loading, and when the loading is true, in that case let's add this parenthesis, and when the loading is false, then we'll add the colon and provide this parenthesis. Now in this second one we will move this div. That's it. And let's come to this first one, and in this first one we have to add a div where we'll add the loading animation. So let's add another div here, and in this one we will add the animations that we have already added in the previous page. So we'll add the same classes here, and we'll add the classes in the parent div also. So in this div we'll add the class name and provide these classes, and here we have added height 3 by 4. That's it. Now we will just save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh this web page. So here you can see we have the total creations, that is 13. Here we have the active plan, which is premium, and here we have all the creations list. And in the right side you can see the type, it is resume review. These are the image creations, right? These are the image type creations, and after that you can see the blog title, and this is also blog title, and here we have the article, right? So we have all the creations. We have total 13 creations. Let's click here. So here you can see the response also. Let me collapse it. We'll click on the second one. So here you can see we have the prompt, type, date and response. Let's click on the next one. Here you can see we have the response. Let's click here. You can see we have all the creations and we have the prompt, type and date and response. So we have added all the functionality in our full stack AI SaaS application. Let me review all the functionality. So this is the dashboard where we'll get all the creation history. We will see the active plan, whether you are on free or premium plan. Then we'll see the total number of creations. Then we have the write article where we'll add the topic, select the article length and click on this button, so it will generate the complete article. Then we have the blog titles where we'll add the topic and select the category, so it will create the blog titles. Then we have the generate image where we will describe the image, select the style and click on this button, so it will generate the image using your prompt. Then we have remove background where we will upload the image. Then click on this button, so processed image will be displayed in the right side where the image background will be removed. Then we have the remove object where we have to upload the image and write the object name. Then that particular object will be removed from the image. Then we have review resume where we'll upload the resume and click on this button. Then we'll see the detailed analysis of this result. Then we will see the detailed analysis of this resume. We will see the strength, weakness and areas of improvement. Then we have the community where we can see all the images that are created using this AI SaaS application, and it is available in public, right? So now let's come here in this home page. So finally we have completed our full stack AI SaaS application. Now we have to deploy it online so that anyone can access this website. We will deploy this project on Vercel. So first we have to add the Vercel JSON configuration in our project. For that, just open this GitHub profile, GreatStack dev. You can see the URL github.com/GreatStack dev. Then let's open the nodes. And in this one you will find this Vercel JSON config for MERN. Just open it. And here you can see, here we have Vercel JSON configuration for Express backend. And after that, at the bottom you can see Vercel JSON configuration to support React router in frontend. So we have to add both Vercel JSON for backend and frontend. So let me just copy the file name vercel.json, open the VS Code, close all the files and open this sidebar. And here in this client folder, let's create a new file and write the file name vercel.json. Similarly, we'll create the file here in this server folder, create the same file, that is vercel.json. Correct? Now let's come back here. Here you can see we have the code for Express backend. Just copy it, copy this entire configuration, come back here, open this server folder, then open vercel.json and paste this code. That's it, close it. Now just come back and here we have the code for frontend. Just copy this one and then come back here, open the client folder, open vercel.json in the client and paste this here. Now save the changes. So we have added the Vercel JSON configuration. Next we have to upload this code on GitHub. For that, in this root directory, that is quick AI, here we have to create a new file. So right click here and create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. Now in this file, we will add the folder name and file that will be excluded from the GitHub. So here we'll write node_modules. After that, in the next line we'll add .env. So it will not upload any file from this node modules folder, and it will also ignore this .env file. Correct? After that, let's come here in this source control icon and click on this button, initialize repository. Now here you can see we have total 61 files, and here we'll add the message. So just add project completed. Then click on this commit button. Then click on this publish branch. After that, you need to write the directory name or project name and choose the repository type. So I'll choose this one, private repository, and the project name is Quick AI. Let's choose this one. So it is uploading our code on GitHub. So now it is uploaded. Now let's open the GitHub profile. So here you can see in this GitHub repository we have the Quick AI, and here we have the client and server folder, right? So we have uploaded our code on this GitHub repository, Quick AI. Now we will deploy it using Vercel. So let's open vercel.com, and here you need to create an account. So I'll just log in my existing account, just come to the dashboard, and in this dashboard these are my old project, and here you will find a button called add new. Just click here and select project, and after that just choose the repository. So I'll choose this Quick AI repository. Then you need to write the project name here. So here we'll add the project name Quick AI, or let me add Quick AI server, because first we will deploy the backend. So we have added Quick AI server, and then you can see the root directory. So just click on this edit button and choose the directory that is server, and click on continue. After that, we have to add the environment variables. So just click on this environment variables, and here we will paste the environment variables from our VS Code. So let's just come back here, and now let's open this folder structure and open the server folder, and in this server we have .env file. From here, let me just copy all the environment variables. Just copy everything and paste it here. After adding it, let's click on this deploy button. So it will start deploying our backend server. So you can see the status here. Now you can see this message, congratulations. So our backend has been successfully deployed. Let's click on this button, continue to dashboard. And here you can see this domains. Let's click on this link. So you can see here we are getting server is live, and this is our backend URL, correct? So our backend is running at this URL. Next we will deploy the front end. So just come back here in this Vercel and come to this dashboard and click on this add new. Select the project, choose the same repository Quick AI, and here we'll add the project name Quick AI. And after that we will choose the root directory. Just click on this edit button and select client directory. Then click on continue, and here also we have to add the environment variables. So just click here and paste the environment variables here. So let me just come back here in the VS Code, close this file and open the client folder, and in this client folder we have .env. Let me just copy this and paste it here. Now in this one we have only two environment variables, that is Clerk publishable key, and then we have the base URL. So in this base URL you can see we have the localhost port 3000. So just remove it, and here we have to add the URL where the backend is running on Vercel. So let's just come here. You can see this is the live link for our backend server that is deployed on Vercel. So just copy this link and paste it here in this wheat base URL in the environment variable. Let's paste it here, and at the end you can see we have /. So just remove this / from the end. It should end with .vercel.app. That's it. Now just click on this button deploy. So it will start deploying our front-end project. So here you can see the status of this deployment. So now you can see the congratulations message. It means our front end is also deployed. Let's click here on this continue to dashboard button. And here you can see we have the domains. Let me just click here. So this is the live link of our full stack AI SaaS application. Our application is running at this URL, correct? So you can see everything is looking good. So here I'll click on this get started button. I'll continue with Google. I'll choose my email ID and continue. So now we can successfully sign in on this website, and here we can go to this dashboard where we can see all the creations and we can explore all the AI features. So finally we have completed our full stack AI SaaS application and we have deployed it online. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.